Good
All
times.
right. Hello and good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Gladiator Games Debate, Episode 2. We have a lot of guests joining us this week. So in the top left-hand corner, I am going to be putting name tags out there for everybody. We have twitch.tv/relevant, relevant. The second person would be twitch.tv/lecturefan, LCTR twitch.tv/lecturefan. Third, we have twitch.tv/SBTV_. Fourth, it is twitch.tv/Bastier. In the bottom left-hand corner, it is twitch.tv/central_committee, also known as Mike from PA, with a nice salute. We have twitch.tv/Cormentine, who recently joined onto Twitch and is going to be streaming more and more frequently. And then finally, it is twitch.tv/Chuck Moulton. So if you wanted to introduce yourselves real quick, I'm going to type up your name tags, talk about your stream, and then we will get right into it.
All right.
I guess I'll go first. I'm irrelevant. I do a predominantly philosophy-based content on my stream. I like talking about politics though because they're pretty inseparable as well. And I'm trying to learn about various things like economics and the political structure of the American system and all that stuff right now. I'm trying to get caught up. Next.
Well, if nobody's gonna go next. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know. My bad. No, I'm lecture fan, LCTR fan. I've been streaming conservative politics on Twitch since about 2014. I stream every night from about 5:30 p.m. Mountain Time until 8:30 p.m. Mountain Time. Love politics and love the roundtables and can't wait. Let's do it.
Oh, that's a good idea.
You guys probably seen me before. I'm Nate Swade. I stream as part of a duo stream on SBTV_. We talk a lot about political economy. We talk about daily goings on with politics, a lot of economics too. If you like to talk about that kind of thing, drop by there, SBTV_. And I'm excited to be here. So,
hey there, folks. My name is Bastier. By day, I work as a corporate attorney, and by night, I've been doing Twitch streaming for about a month and a half now. On our stream, we play some mean games of Stardew Valley. We talk about politics, law, and history, and occasionally we'll investigate the fun little rabbit hole, something like a Time Cube or some fun joy like that. So I'm looking forward to this, my first appearance here at the Gladiator Games political debate.
And I'm Central Committee, Mike from PA. I work in progressive politics, where I work on policy in various progressive campaigns. I'm also known for my activism and my debates against Destiny, where I explained to him the electability of Bernie over Biden, centrist candidates like that. We talked about how the electorate really thinks issues like that. So if you want more content from a progressive point of view that's empirically based, I'm the guy to go to. And if you want streams where I'm yelling at centrists, that too. So,
is it my turn here?
Yeah.
I think you're last.
I am Chuck Moulton. I am really into politics, but I haven't done political streams yet. I've mainly done chess streams. That's my other big hobby. I am a PhD economist. Right now I'm on the academic job market. I'm also a licensed attorney. Oh, thank you. Philosophically, I'm a libertarian and a anarcho-capitalist. I've been very involved in the Libertarian Party, so third-party politics. I ran for Congress in 2004. I am serving in local office as a judge of elections, which is a precinct worker. I have held many positions in the Libertarian Party. I was vice chair of the National Party. I've been chair of two state parties, and I don't know. I'm very active.
You don't say.
I got 25 people elected to office through aggressive candidate recruitment. I started the Libertarian Party Facebook page personally, which now has about 700,000 likes. So yeah, that's about it.
Nice.
Today was a tough day for you, is what you're saying.
Mike, I think it might have been you when you were tapping on your keys and everything like that. It was just a little bit loud. I don't know. Or whoever was. Whoever was
I haven't typed at all.
Oh, okay. Was anybody typing? I was just hearing a lot.
By the way, if you're hearing from my stream, please throw some crabs in the chat for our friend from the Libertarian Party. There's some crabs in there.
And Cormentine, do you want to let us know about yourself?
Yep, my name is Andre. I run a Twitch channel called Cormanti, and it's not just gonna be myself. It's myself and a few friends who are trying to build towards a better philosophizing or a better understanding of Black liberation philosophy and Black history, etc., and how that works out with the American, the North American, and the European socialist movements. I write for a magazine in Canada called Maclean's Magazine. It's like the national magazine of record. I write for a few other publications as well, including the Globe and Mail, have also been published in the Washington Post. And I guess the best way to to describe my alignment is Sankara socialist, something like that.
Good man.
All right.
All right, awesome. Yeah, then, so I'm Touring News. Yeah, thank you everybody for coming by. I really appreciate the guests coming on. You're taking time out of Friday nights. Some of you are streaming, some of you aren't. I really appreciate all that. It is a good thing, I hope, for the viewers. We are probably going to have some good debates. And to go into it, the first question that I wanted to ask was, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization has been a cornerstone of American foreign policy since its foundation in 1949. In recent times, President Trump has decried spending practices of NATO members, which did not meet the 2% spending target expected of allied nations. Is it time for the United States to withdraw from this military alliance or continue to uphold these ties established after the Second World War? We will have 25 minutes for this.
Uphold the greatest military alliance in the history of the world. Full stop.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's actually proposing we actually withdraw from NATO. I haven't heard anybody actually propose that.
Guys, have you been paying attention to your president, your dear leader, that has 95% approval with the Republicans? Like,
yeah, Trump has never said withdraw from NATO.
Yes, he has.
Yeah, I mean, as repulsive as his opinions about NATO have been, it seems like his ideas about withdrawing have been an idle threat. The real problem seems to be that he's continually weakening the idea that the NATO collective defense guarantee really means something when he talks about maybe we'll defend some countries, maybe not.
God, they can't even find Trump defenders anymore. This is sad.
Well, I'm not going to defend Trump, but I can't necessarily agree that going whole hog with NATO is necessarily a good idea. The amount of money we're spending versus the other allies is wildly disproportionate. And George Washington warned about entangling alliances, that they can lead to some bad things. And so World War I, for example, was started because there were a lot of entangling alliances, and then there was an assassination, and all of the superpowers had to jump in to defend their allies. So the big problem with NATO would be that if a war starts between Russia and one of the NATO people, then that pulls the U.S. into such a war. And I don't know if that's necessarily important for our own national security. I personally believe in a defensive foreign policy rather than an offensive one. So I don't think we should just unilaterally accept NATO and entangling alliances as a good idea. I wouldn't just pull out of NATO, but I think we should look hard at how much we're funding it and whether other people are going to put in their share of the defense money.
Well, really, the theory behind NATO is that it actually makes war less likely, because if countries know that if they attack one of the NATO members, that everybody will defend them, it makes an attack much less likely. And frankly, the real thing that needs to happen with NATO is it needs to move beyond the Cold War mentality of the beginning, because we've moved basically from a global ideological struggle between capitalism and communism to now it's a global ideological struggle between authoritarianism and liberty, whereas China is now our biggest threat, and they're an authoritarian, dictatorial, communistic, horrible country, and they're really
I'm going to stop you right there. China is not a communistic country by any stretch of the imagination. They are an authoritarian country, but I think calling them communist is quite a stretch.
Politically, they're communist. Yeah, they're communist politically.
I mean, sure.
it's a fair point, but fascist communist, I mean, at the level of authoritarianism they're practicing, what's the difference?
What do you mean? What's the difference? Do they? I mean, is is there a complete lack of state industry, or sorry, a complete lack of private industry? Is everything centrally managed? It's almost like saying because North Korea calls itself a democratic republic, that it didn't exist as exactly that. It's not the same thing. Come on.
I think the Chinese are very sophisticated practitioners of Marxism. They recognize that you can't skip stages of history. You got to go through capitalism before you can get to the Marxist utopia.
I think it was the opposite. China started out pretty communist, and they've opened up their markets because they realized communism doesn't work. So they've privatized a lot of things, but the government still controls a lot too.
Yeah, I feel like it's a distinction without a difference, I suppose, to me. And I feel like the real issue is, to the extent NATO needs to refocus, we should start changing its focus from Europe alone to bringing in East Asia, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, South Korea, and building real global alliance.
To what purpose, though? And the thing is, I guess this is one of those rare convergences where myself and Chuck Moulton are going to agree. What exactly is the remaining purpose? It's like a vestigial organization whose purpose essentially dissipated after the Eastern Bloc fell. So guarding against what exactly? We know that now. The next global threat is not going to be one country launching a nuclear strike against another. It's not going to be, an outright invasion of territory. I think territorial lines are generally drawn, and what we're fighting about is like minor incursions, i.e., Russia's incursions on Ukraine, China claiming Taiwan, etc. What we're guarding against is two things. One is economic sovereignty, and then the other is avoiding global catastrophe due to climate change. Those are what we need to be mobilizing for. This idea that we need a military alliance to stop one state from invading or sending on a strike against another, that's gone. Those are that disappeared after the Cold War.
I don't know what about that. What about the world has changed that has made great power rivalry disappear? If anything, it seems like it's back in vogue. I mean, to the extent that, of course, we should focus on climate change and issues like that, but we can walk and chew gum at the same time, and through a strong.
Well, as we know, we generally can't. We can't
warfare.
Walk and chew gum at the same time because we haven't been. We're on the precipice of a climate disaster. If we could walk and chew gum at the same time, we've been falling flat on our faces this entire time, focusing on military alliances and military defense, and not on preventing our planet from going up in flames.
All right, I'm gonna jump in here because I've been quiet. Like, we don't have a major enemy. China is one of our major trading partners. Russia's economy is pathetically small compared to ours. Like, who are you spending $900 billion combined in the annual budget on? I'm sorry to tell you, we don't have anyone to fight. The tanks we buy, it's a waste of money. It's a waste of taxpayer dollars, if you cared about that. All of it's a waste of time. The NATO alliance is a vestigial organ for the Cold War. If we want to talk about having international enforcement for maintaining norms and practices within international law, that's fine. But the NATO alliance itself, other than maintaining close ties with other developed countries, with I think the OCED, and there's many other ways of doing it that don't involve a combined military force looking for a target, it's a pointless waste of money. I'm surprised to hear conservatives love the idea of paying high taxes so that we can buy tanks and then immediately roll them into mothballs. Like, I thought you guys had principles or something.
I completely agree that we're spending way too much on our military. So we spend more on our military than all these other countries combined. So China, Russia, etc. So that there isn't really
the top 20 nations, and most of which are our allies.
Right.
And like, the idea that the main problem with NATO is that the NATO countries aren't spending more on their military is a laughable joke. To fight who?
The point is to prevent war, to prevent future wars.
Future wars by whom?
Powers,
Against whom?
China, the same countries that have threatened territorial aggression in the past, against Taiwan, against Eastern Europe, against Ukraine just a few years ago, as an example of what happens to a country without a NATO guarantee.
Exactly.
I think you should check the talking points of Trump on whether or not Russia is invading Ukraine or not.
President Trump is indefensible.
It's extremely rich to have people on this podcast who are enjoying 100% security. Everybody here is totally secure from any attack from any country or anything else. And people here who are enjoying the fruits of a strong U.S. military and enjoying their own lives in complete security to be suggesting that, oh, we need to get rid of this and cut the military and do all this as if the wonderful security that we enjoy now will just continue to exist just magically if we get rid of NATO and just get rid of the U.S. military.
I will bring up one current incursion happening literally as we speak. So right now, India is incurring into Kashmiri territory, right? A disputed territory between India and Pakistan. What is the United States or any of these NATO-aligned countries doing about that? Jack shit, because we know that that's a land dispute between India and Pakistan, and having outside nations getting involved will drag us into a completely pointless war that benefits nobody. So knowing that all
I
that's
do just
left,
have to jump in and say one thing. There is one
knowing that
person.
all the,
There is one
okay.
person who wants to do something about India and Pakistan, and Donald Trump has actually said that he was approached by Narendra Modi and one of the other ministers to negotiate it, but they have denied that they approached him. So Trump said that he was approached. I was just clarifying. Go ahead.
I completely got that, and I saw the story as well. And if it came out of Trump's mouth, I'm just inclined to disbelieve it. But what I'm saying though is that knowing that getting involved in that dispute benefits none of the NATO-aligned member nations, what are we talking about anymore?
Well, the point is to protect NATO members. I mean, some hypothetical situation where
From
one of those countries
who?
was a NATO member
From who?
non-NATO members.
From
Namely
who?
other great powers, Russia
Which
and
of
China.
which of them is interested in invading NATO-aligned territory?
Well, now, if you're talking about, Russia.
Well, and China's President Xi Jinping is bringing back the old banner of heaven mandate that goes back to old Chinese imperialism. It's called Tianxia. It's an old Chinese imperialist doctrine that holds that China is the only sovereign country on earth. Every other country reports to China. And if you look at the Belt and Road Initiative, the financial arrangement that China's making, what they're doing in Hong Kong, their designs on the East China Sea, the military islands that they're creating, what they want to do in Taiwan or Hong Kong, you're not living in reality if you don't think China is a threat.
Actually, I do think China in some ways does pose a threat, but it has not and has never been, as far as national sovereignty for NATO-aligned member nations goes. It's not that. It's actually economically. So right now, China is digging up the earth from underneath the feet of Africans, Caribbeans, and South Americans. They're doing that by purchasing resources at a price that they set, and bringing in their own workers into those countries. And again, what is anybody doing about that? Absolute squat. The war that's being fought is not going to be done militarily. It's done economically. What is the purpose of invading and capturing land that you're not prepared to hold? It's a complete waste of resources. Why roll tanks into a sovereign country when you can simply buy out their political class first?
Well, maybe a waste of resources for some people, but other countries have different political calculations.
Okay, but China's calculation right now.
Vladimir Putin, for example.
Okay, China's calculation right now.
Capital by invading you.
You're talking about hypotheticals here. I'm talking about stuff that's actually happening right now.
It's not hypothetical. That's real.
It is a complete hypothetical.
Rating shot up after he invaded the Ukraine.
But it hasn't happened. Okay, we're talking. Okay, but Ukraine is not a NATO-aligned member nation.
Yeah.
Okay, again, those have historically been territories that have either belonged to Russia or not belonged to Russia, depending on which time period you want to go back to. But again, not member-aligned NATO members, right? I'm talking about when you have economic sovereignty being undermined in global South nations by a global power, and the NATO-aligned member nations have nothing to say about that. But we're living in this military fantasy where China could just often invade all of Asia. We know that's not going to happen. So what are we talking about? Why are we spending all of this money? That's
At the moment, we're talking about the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. I think it'd be great to expand it to other parts of the world, but for now,
we are going to move on quickly. Mike, did you want to say something real quick?
Yeah, if I could jump in here, this stuff is so laughable, the fear mongering, and I understand that's how conservatives see the world, through fear. But the United States of America has 12 carrier battle groups. There isn't a single nation in the world that even has one. I think China has an aircraft carrier. I think the UK doesn't even have any aircraft carriers anymore. I think they might be building one. There is no threat. If you're telling me we couldn't go down to 6 carrier battle groups to defend the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans against 0, you're delusional. We are wasting hundreds of billions of dollars on pointless equipment for the military industrial complex. And I didn't come up with that concept. That was Republican President General Dwight D. Eisenhower, who warned us about that waste of money. And what we've done is we've become trapped into seeing the world as a bunch of threats. We have no threat. China is no threat to us. They don't have the operational or logistic capability to threaten the United States. We have overwhelming superiority in every material measurable way, including nuclear weapons. And the fact that we think that Taiwan is a vital national interest is just delusional. It's not. And the United States inserting itself pointlessly into every hotspot in the world does nothing but cause blowback and harm on the American people. And that all those things that you're talking about is delusional babble.
No, see, that's the thing. I don't understand it. First of all, to say that it's delusional babble to be, for example, one of the Baltic states or Taiwan and value your freedom, I don't think there's anything delusional about that. But even then, if you really think we should cut American military spending, and I think that's a very reasonable discussion to have, Chuck and Mike, then the NATO alliance is even more important, because with collective defense, we could spread those costs instead of bearing them all ourselves by going it alone.
Did Nate or Relevant want to say anything? Go ahead, Lecture.
Yeah.
No, I'll let somebody else. Nate.
No, I was going to say, NATO is at this point it's just a functional arm of the U.S. empire, so it can maintain many of its resources. It functions with military Keynesianism as well, because as we all know, the military has distributed industries throughout the United States. It's very strong politically. The military-industrial complex, so the businesses involved too, make a lot of money. It's important to keep those tanks rolling off the assembly line, so you can put them in a graveyard somewhere where you'll never have to use them. So NATO really is a solution in search of a problem at the point. And sure, will China, could that become a threat? Could Russia become a threat? Sure. But even if you were going to have a war, a standing military doesn't help you that much, because if you were going to lose material in a conflict, you would need to ramp up production here. So we had to go into like a wartime economy footing. We had to, reallocate capital within America to have a war machine. Why the hell would you... In all of history, they never had standing armies most of the time. Okay, they would raise them as needed.
It's a total waste of money, and you're
exactly.
I find it
Lecture fan and then Relevant.
I find it quite disingenuous that a progressive is actually complaining about how much money we're spending on something. Now that is quite the hilarious joke.
Yes, because
one point is that the U.S. military, the U.S. military is a constitutionally enumerated power of the federal government. We're spending 60 to 70% of all money on entitlement programs, of which there's no enumerated power in the Constitution. The U.S. Constitution specifically says one of the main roles of the federal government is national defense. And to sit here and complain about military spending when you're all in favor.
What does it say about standing army?
It says that every appropriation for military has to be for no longer than 2 years, which is exactly what we have.
Well, what was the draft for then?
That's a farce.
Wait. He directly addressed me, and so let me respond. Let me respond to this. The fact is, we just raised our military spending by $70 billion this year, and nobody asked how we're going to pay for it. That's the cost of free college for all. So let me ask you, do you think our security was enhanced equivalent to the benefit that free college for all would give to this nation and our competitiveness in the global economy, the stimulation to our local domestic economy for people, instead of having massive student loan debt, they could buy a home, they could start a family? I thought you conservatives cared about that kind of stuff. The main impediment to household formation and economic growth in a person's life is a failure to own their own home. And the main reason that our generation doesn't own homes is because they have student loan debt. And instead of dealing directly with that problem, we're spending it on worthless fucking military spending, useless, doesn't make us safe. And frankly, just because the Constitution says we have a standing army doesn't mean that we have to spend $900 billion on it. You can use your brain. The founding fathers expected us to have them and continue to make improvements on their society. They didn't say this is something handed down. This is not the 10 Commandments from Mount, handed down from God. Like, we are smart. We have reason. Use it.
Go ahead.
I don't understand.
Let's let our Relevant get in real quick. Hang on just a second.
Okay. I just wanted to ask a couple people, the people that were anti-NATO, because I myself do find that there is some reasons for NATO, and that is as, a warding off method, right? A mutually assured destruction, insurance in a way. So do you think that if Ukraine was part of NATO, that they would have been invaded?
Whoa, hold up. I find that an interesting question, because at the very same time that NATO was discouraging African member states from aligning into a united African superstructure. And at the same time that they were enhancing South Africa's economic and political hegemony, to defend the Cape, to defend trade routes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So as they were undermining all of that, right, and strengthening one apartheid member nation, then they were aiding and abetting with the creation of the EU, right? So I find it strange how, like, at some junctures in
sorry about the lecture fan, I'll fix it right now.
At some junctures in 20th century history, NATO has been all about creating superstructures, creating international alignment, creating solidarity among member states, and then at other points they are completely against that. So to bring up Ukraine right now, when again historically Ukraine has or has not been a part of the greater Russian Empire, to me that's a joke. It's not that relevant to me.
Well, I mean, it was just in an attempt to display that I believe that there are some measures, for instance, NATO could use in order to dissuade other governments from coming into their territories while we may not be under attack. And say what you will about the actual budget for our own domestic spending on military, like, I agree with Mike, it's ludicrous, but like NATO itself does do it is an insurance for smaller countries that could be sought after by larger countries, and I think that it has some value there. Whether or not it justifies its existence in its totality, I think is to be seen. But also, seems like there's arguments as well that you guys are making that it seems almost like you're saying we shouldn't have any military at all. So just out of curiosity, I just have one quick question for Mike and Corbentine. How much would you spend on military, if any at all?
Only as much as it costs to defend the U.S. from immediate invasion of its contiguous territory, and that's it. Whatever amount that is, then that would be the amount. But anything as far as defending U.S. interests overseas, no, that's empire creation, and I'm completely against that, no matter which country it is.
Gotcha.
I probably wouldn't constrain us that much because I do think that there is some interest in having the ability to provide humanitarian assistance and things like that in a very limited fashion. But if you want exactly a philosophical treatise on the theory of defense that my Department of Defense would have, I could come up with it. But right now, I believe the standard operating procedure is that we could fight 2 simultaneous wars and also have what they call a police action at the same time. And I would cut that down to 1 major war. And that would be my level of spending.
Mike, can I ask you a follow-up on that? Okay, I think that I'm just curious here. So I mean, I'm with you that maybe we could cut the military somewhat. But it seems like NATO would be a plus for that because we could spread some of the costs and spread some of the responsibility, assuming it's a consensual alliance, all that. It doesn't seem to be any kind of empire building. So I'm not sure what the issue with NATO is if we could use it to achieve both our goals.
Yeah, I think you're doing a couple of things here. I noticed, Mike, that you said that the military spending would be necessary for humanitarian aid, but humanitarian aid doesn't necessarily have to come through the hands of the military, and that's a trap that we've kind of gotten ourselves into, is that we believe that the military is a Swiss Army knife, and it's generally not. We can limit humanitarian aid to humanitarian aid organizations, or offer the amount of aid necessary for countries, like empower nations to be able to assist themselves, to develop their own infrastructure, to bolster the human rights laws, etc. But I don't think that has to come at the end of a U.S. bayonet.
If there's anybody out there that wants to make kind of like a final comment onto this one, I don't know if you wanted to, Chuck, or anybody, but I do have a kind of timing question. So yeah, go ahead, Chuck.
I would jump in real quick to agree with Corbentine that we need to spend a lot less on military than we are right now. And I agree we should have a defensive military rather than offensive military. I don't think we should even have stand-in armies. I think the reserves are a better model. But all these wars and all these troops overseas, they cause blowback.
That's what the next question is going to be, so you might be able to shine here. Sorry. No, it's all good. Sorry to cut you off also. Anybody else have anything they wanted to?
Yeah, I'll just want to make a closing statement here. I think it's absolutely hilarious that the people that were accusing Trump of wanting to withdraw from NATO are the same ones that have been criticizing NATO and saying we got to get out of it this whole time, which is
who are those
quite
people
rich.
who are those people in this conversation?
Yeah.
Second of all, not only are we all enjoying this wonderful security that's provided by the U.S. military and NATO, but more importantly, we're all enjoying a very wonderful economy right now, provided by and secured by America's Blue Water Navy, which provides secure commercial shipping lanes all around the world and holds up the entire global economy. So the idea that we just get rid of NATO, get rid of the U.S. military, do all this other stuff, and that we'll still have security and we'll still have economic, wonderful economic growth and prosperity like we have now, I think is misguided.
I just
Because
because
wait. All right, let me say this. Wait. Okay, first of all, I'm ambivalent about NATO, but I would say that its history is pretty poor, and its use since the fall of the Warsaw Pact is very dubious, to say the least. And as far as the Blue Water Navy, again, we have 12 carrier battle groups and nobody else has any. You're telling me that we need 12? You are in delusional territory. We do not need 12. We have the Atlantic and Pacific Ocean,
All right.
the greatest moats in the world.
So our topic is going to kind of stay on this. We're kind of staying here for a little while. So the U.S. wars in Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, and Pakistan have cost American taxpayers $5.9 trillion since they began in 2001. These figures do not include international aid or weapon sales to the region. Countless wars were engaged in, countless wars and conflicts continue. How would you like the United States to conduct its foreign policy in the Middle East for the next decade? In addition, I am kind of leaving this question pretty open-ended. If people wanted to comment about anything that had happened on Twitch recently this week, I know that it kind of like ties into this. Be gentle, but this is like the time where, you know, this is like the topic for it. So if you want to talk about shipping lanes, if you want to talk about anything like that, knock yourselves out.
Okay, so I guess I just kind of wanted to refer to one of the arguments that Lecture Fan put up previously, which is that and it pertains to shipping lanes also. Your argument seems to logically conclude that we should just infinitely spend into the military because we could always why is the amount of money that we're spending right now the perfect amount for protection? Why can we not spend a dime less or a dime more? Because by your logic, we should just keep spending on military infinitely. So where is, like, for the security of our shipping lanes, where do we stop? $1 trillion a year, $500 trillion a year? Like, where?
No,
like,
I'm not saying that we have to spend an infinite amount on the military or even spend more on the military. And frankly, I would be down for cutting the military a little bit if we could actually reform the entitlements and actually address the cause of our deficit and debt in this country. But what I'm pushing
Why
back
is that relevant to
is
military spending?
because people have been complaining about military spending as if it's the spending that's a problem, which again is very rich coming from somebody on the left. But to the extent that the question is
wasted money is wasted money. What are you talking about?
The specific size of the military that we need would probably be left up to the Joint Chiefs of Staff and other people that actually know what they're doing.
Kind of to what Mike actually just said. What would everybody's foreign policy in the Middle East be in the 2020s?
Yeah.
To kind of stay on topic.
Yeah, I would categorize it with the states.
Okay,
Fight
so
terrorism.
I don't want to get involved too much in the debate here, but let's say that we do pull out of different places. Does anybody worry about regional instability that would be left in the aftermath, or like the kind of way that we carved up nations? So now I'm going to let everybody else talk. I'm not supposed to be on this at all.
Okay, as we're having this conversation, you know, rebel separatists have seized military bases in southern Yemen, and they're being aided by Saudi Arabia. So, with the amount of military spending that's being incurred right this moment, and we're still seeing fractures and breakups among the Middle East and East Africa, what fucking difference does it make anyway?
What stability? What are you guys talking about?
Yeah, right, exactly. What stability are we even discussing?
Yeah.
So the whole point is supposed to be like, what do we stand from staying in there? And in my perspective, it seems like more instability would just incur for us being in there. We can talk about plans, you know, of how we can go about creating more stability in the area, but it seems like our name is just completely tainted in that area, in my opinion, for good reason. So like, I just, like, it feels like there's literally nothing we can do. What are we going to do? Hand somebody money and then some other person's going to go, what the fuck, dude? Like, you know what I mean? It's just, it's going to cause more problems. Like, we fucked up. We need to recognize it and just, like, we just screwed over the region.
Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead, Mike, then Chuck or Nate. Go ahead, Mike, then Chuck or Nate.
Okay, so not to get too much in the history lesson, but most of the instability in the United States can directly be traced to Western and especially U.S. intervention. For example, Iran had a democratically elected government that was overthrown in a CIA operation called Operation Ajax, where we imposed an authoritarian government with the Shah on the Iranian people because we were protecting the interests of the Anglo-Iranian, now known as BP oil company. The House of Saud in Saudi Arabia, probably the most evil nation in the world after North Korea, is directly supported and maintained by U.S. intervention. The apartheid relation of the Palestinian and Israeli people is supported by the United States, where we are considered a rogue nation in the world. We can't even get our European allies to support our position. The authoritarian government of Egypt. You go down the line, the United States of America has supported and encouraged a lot of these problems. The Taliban and the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, we supported them against the Soviet intervention in Afghanistan, and that created so we've been supporting and creating these extremist governments, these authoritarian states, with our foreign policy because we were told that it was necessary for our interest. And right now, we have a genocidal war going on in Yemen, supported by American arms. We have ISIS, which we created with the Iraqi invasion, a total waste. We talked about what did he say? $5.9 trillion wasted. That's more than all student loan debt and all credit card debt in the United States. Conservatives, tell me that it was better for us to spend $5 trillion in the Middle East and we are legitimately safer than all of the consumer debt dragging down our economy and harming our country.
I know you want to get instant lecture, but Chuck or Nate, go ahead.
I would agree with this. I would say that there's what are our interests really in the Middle East? It's all about policing a petrodollar. It's about making sure that Saudi oil is priced in USD futures contracts. That's what our interests are. We don't really. If there was no oil in Saudi Arabia, it'd be there'd be nothing there. There's barely any infrastructure there that does not pertain to oil. Why are we in Israel? Right? Why are we supporting them? Why are they a pawn on the U.S. on the chessboard here? It's all real policy. So when we're looking at what our interests are in the Middle East, why do we have all these bases? Why are we surrounding Iran? It's mostly due to bullshit. And if we want to maintain this position as the world's police, we're going to be there for a really long time. I don't see us getting out of there soon, anytime soon, because when we talk about our interests, we're talking about larger global consequences for something like the purchasing power of the dollar and who has control of oil and those types of energy resources in the future. It isn't just about we want democracy or whatever. That's all bullshit fluff. It has to do with the realpolitik of resources. So
we care about democracy. Saudi Arabia, though.
Yeah, no, I think that the only justification was ever the oil, and thanks to the miracle of fracking in the end of the Cold War, we don't even have that justification. So
we will be talking about fracking later.
Time to get out of there.
Go ahead, Chuck.
I don't have much to say other than that I agree with Central Committee that the U.S. has done short-term policies over and over again to prop up someone who we think is our ally, and then we arm them to the teeth and they become our enemy. And it's an awful policy. We've wasted a whole lot of money. I think we should have a defensive military. We should not be the world's policeman. And with the war on terror, I mean, terror is a tactic. We've declared war and a tactic, and it's impossible for that war ever to be over because the tactic will always be around. New groups will jump up doing that tactic over and over again. So there's no end in sight.
All right, Lecture Fan, I know you're itching.
The thing that I wanted to say is that hindsight is 2020. It's very easy to look back on American history with 2020 hindsight vision and criticize America's past foreign policy decisions. Nobody's suggesting that America's perfect, but for people to sit here in 2019 with 2020 hindsight vision and criticize prior American foreign policy decisions at the same time when we have complete national security here is slightly disingenuous. With respect to Iran, what was really going on in Iran was we were at the height of the Cold War, and the communists were going to take over Iran.
No, they weren't.
The CIA was going to have an attack that takes over. And so to sit here and second guess American foreign policies made during the Cold War, and a Cold War which we won, don't forget, is very rich. And that was absolutely the right decision to make. And it was either a CIA-backed coup or it was a communist Marxist takeover. And the U.S. did absolutely the right thing. And if you look throughout multiple military actions throughout the Cold War, you can criticize it all you want sitting here in 2019. But you know what? The United States won the Cold War.
All right.
Lecture fan, it was a democratically elected government. Where was the communist
What
takeover?
are you talking?
No, it was
I mean,
about
that's
to
just
fall.
a lie.
The-
That's
Lecture
no,
fan.
The, dem-
You
the
can't-
Democratic
lying,
Party-
my dude.
And that's left
The
though with saying we had to
that's
destroy the
history.
village to save it. I don't get
That's
it.
absolute history. No, that's
It's a
absolute
fucking
history.
li-
The communists
okay,
are
all right,
about to
can I
take
get in
over.
here?
It's
Can I
not
jump
it's not
in here?
history. I just want to say one thing. It's not history if you're lying. 4 times in this conversation, by the way, so far in the last debate and in this topic, I've counted 4 lies from you, bro. You can't just get on here. You can't lie about your fellow panelists. You can't lie about world history. Can we just establish that moving forward? I
Well,
just
no,
want to.
Hold on.
Can I operate
Can I
that from
say?
there.
Can I say? I'll give more historical context. because-
But okay, hold on. Before you do that,
Go ahead,
okay.
go on.
If you're gonna say communists were about to take over, can you name them? Who were they? What was the party? Who were the members? What was the movement? Can you name them?
Can't off the top of my head, but I have read the historical documents that suggest that the democratically elected government was about to fall, and it was
to whom?
either going to be
to whom?
to communist backed forces.
But you don't know what their names are, right? So you're
I mean, I could look it up pretty quickly.
incredibly sure of this fact, but you cannot name these.
Why do
communists.
we have to waste our time with lies when I'm
Wait,
not?
wait, wait. Iran had some kind of communist movement, but it was always a relative fringe movement after the Soviets left. So I don't understand that. I think that
It was a social democratic liberal government, and what they wanted is they wanted a better deal for their own oil. And basically, the British were stealing all their oil, and they had cooked books. The Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, now known as BP, which is never corrupt, guys. Right? They always do a really good job, like Deepwater Horizon. That's a reliable company, and most of that came in and said, "We want the same deal that the Saudi government has with America." And the British were like, "Fuck you! It's our oil. We're taking your oil, no matter what you do." And that's why we couped the government, because he wanted to get a better deal for their own oil that we were stealing. And that resulted in the Islamic Revolution when the Shah government fell. We created, now conservatives are always talking about the threat of Iran. Who created that threat? Your stupid interventionism did. So you're arguing for more interventionism. And by the way, this is 2019. We're still doing stupid shit. There was a bipartisan bill that passed to stop the war in Yemen. Republican senators voted for it. Democratic senators voted for it. Passed the House and Senate. It went onto Trump's desk saying, let's not fund this ridiculous genocidal war. And he vetoed it. That's why we're still doing it. And we're going to cause God knows what terrorist movements to come out of Yemen. And they're going to blame America for that. And that God knows what's going to happen because of that. And we will have that responsibility. And that's disgusting. And as an American citizen, I'm raising my voice and saying no. And if you support that now, it's not history. That's now. And that's what your stupid President Trump does. So
by the way, I'm not proposing any interventionism. All I'm doing is pushing back on this 2020 hindsight criticism of American foreign policy. And to answer the question, it was the Tudeh Party of Iran, formed in 1941 with Solomon Mohsen Eskandari as its head, the Iranian Communist Party, and played an important role during Mohammad Mossadegh.
Can you name the Communist Party?
Is that anything like the incentive?
Stop
reading Wikipedia.
They're called.
What? I just named it.
And who's the head of that party? Hey, can you name what they did? What were they doing to take over Iran? I want to know these things, because if you're so certain of these facts that you say,
I mean, I can keep reading Wikipedia. I can keep reading Wikipedia.
No, don't read Wikipedia. Read stuff that's
right.
Read Wikipedia before you start making arguments, not after.
I'm just reading the confirmations of what I said. I just named off the party for you.
The party was, sorry, it's called what?
TUDEH.
Tudeh
Party.
Tudeh. Okay, got it.
It had some political power during the Soviet occupation, during World War II, and immediately thereafter. After the end of the Soviet occupation, its power mostly dissipated.
And not only was it dissipated, there was a gigantic crackdown from Mossadegh's party after they they made an assassination attempt on a member of his cabinet. They were toothless. They had absolutely no ability to quote unquote take over Iran, the same way that the United States is not in danger of being taken over by the Green Party. It was never going to happen. Stop saying these things if they're not true.
We had to attack America because the Green Party was about to take over.
So we do have 7 minutes left on the topic, and we have 7 people. So I am kind of thinking to try to return all the way back to the original question. Chuck, if you were in charge of U.S. Middle East foreign policy, what would be some steps that you want to take to either withdraw troops, leave troops there? How do you want to engage with the Middle East moving forward?
Withdraw the troops and put embassies in there. I'd rather have diplomacy than military.
Short and to the point. Carmenti?
I'm sorry, I forgot what the question is.
Oh, it's all good. If you were in charge of U.S. Middle East foreign policy, what would you do with troop deployment? What would you do with intervention in other countries? What would you do with foreign aid? What would you do with weapon sales?
You don't want to know what my answer is to that question. I would dissolve the deployed soldiers and then let them be absorbed by the member nations that they're currently occupying.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Mike, what do you think you would do?
I would immediately end all aid to Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and I would leverage the aid we do provide to Israel to come to an equitable solution to that conflict. I would move with the rest of the world community on that Palestinian-Israeli conflict. I would, let's see, what did I forget? End all support for the Gulf states. And back out of the totally wasteful conflicts that we have in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Yemen. And I'd bring our troops home. That's what I would do.
All right, Bastier.
Yeah, I mean, I know we disagreed on NATO, but I wouldn't do a thing differently. As in to say, I would do just the same thing. I think it's time to withdraw the troops and let those folks handle their own, their own affairs now. Like Chuck said, that's a place where diplomacy can take a front role. My interest in NATO, for example, was about great power politics, but that's not an issue in the Middle East. So,
I just want to say one thing, and that's that John Foster Dulles died a very long time ago. Can we let the politics of unnecessary foreign intervention die with him? Can we at least do that?
All right, here's the thing. Barack Obama wanted to get troops out of Afghanistan and he wanted to get troops out of Iraq. He did it in Iraq and it created ISIS and caused all kinds of problems. He wanted to do it in Afghanistan, but he was been told by military advisors.
Excuse me, I do have a question for that. Did the withdrawing of troops create ISIS, or was there a different action that created ISIS?
No, when the America withdrew from Iraq, it created a power vacuum that was filled by ISIS.
Okay, thank you for
going.
Go ahead.
The problem with just simply withdrawing from Afghanistan is there's almost no dispute that if you just immediately withdraw without any plan whatsoever, the Taliban will immediately take back over, will immediately start harboring terrorist elements like Al-Qaeda, and we all know what happened the last time that happened. Now, I would love to pull troops out of Afghanistan just as much as Trump wants to, Barack Obama wanted to, but it's just not as easy to just sit here and sit on Twitch and say, yeah, pull all the troops out.
Did the Taliban attack us on 9/11?
Going on here.
Did the Taliban attack us on 9/11? Are they the person there? Are they the ones responsible for that atrocity? Yes or no?
It's an insulting question.
If the answer is it's not insulting, it's a factual question based on reality. Is the Taliban who attacked us on 9/11?
So is this getting back to the Hassan question, or are you not trying to refer to
it's our it's the Middle East foreign policy question about us, whether we should pull out from Afghanistan or not. And he said that the Taliban would take over. First of all, I guess he's got a crystal ball and he knows exactly what the future would hold. And by the way, why do we have a responsibility for the internal security of Afghanistan? That's madness.
Well,
do we have responsibility for the internal security of Somalia, Congo? Can I just start naming nations that we might have to invade because something happens that we don't like? I mean, the expansion level of what you're saying we have the moral responsibility to do is so insane that it would be totally untenable. And I think even you would recognize that. So explain to me why we've destroyed Al-Qaeda. We assassinated Osama bin Laden. What is the continuing ongoing threat in Afghanistan to the territory of the United States?
All right. I mean, it's pretty easy to explain it to you. See, before September 11th, 2001, the Taliban controlled Afghanistan. Under the Taliban in Afghanistan, they harbored Al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden. Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda launched and planned and perpetrated 9/11 from Afghanistan. That's why we went into Afghanistan.
With the assistance of whom? With the assistance and financial backing of whom? Please name them.
The Saudi royal family.
We are going to have to keep moving on, so go ahead, lecture fan. Go ahead. Keep trying to get through this here, because Nate has to talk, and so does Irrelevant.
I mean, I think I've made my point pretty clear.
I think you're.
Yeah, by leaving out. Okay, sorry. I'll stop.
Nate?
I would say that the number one thing we have to do in terms of all foreign policies is to disband the criminal organization known as the Central Intelligence Agency. That is the first thing that has to go. That is the first thing that has gotten us into either faulty or fictitious or bullshit intelligence. They've never seen a country with a democratically elected or determined government that they didn't want to overthrow. Apparently when like we were talking about earlier with the Shah, apparently when Iran nationalized its oil industry, that was too big of a threat. Like that was too big of a threat to American interests and the British and whatever. Okay, so the number one thing, get rid of the CIA. They're thugs, and they're absolutely insane. Number two, ease up on all the sanctions on, say, Iran, right? Like, get rid of them. Pull out of every single country in the Middle East, and then maybe if you're going to sanction anybody, probably sanction Israel until they get their humanitarian issues right with actually stopping encroachment from settlers going into Palestinian territory, and work out some type of solution.
Too. Don't forget.
We'll sanction them too. Or if we're going to sanction, then you got to sanction everybody over there, all right? Because there's a lot of bullshit. But number one, get rid of the CIA, get all the troops home, get rid of those bases. No more fucking military toy time in the sandbox, all right? All that shit's done. So fuck that. And that's my.
What do you think, Irrelevant?
So I mean, well, I disagree with like essentially every single thing that you said, besides one thing, Electrofan, and that's the idea of hindsight around our interaction within the Middle East. And the only reason why I say hindsight is because I think if we left it up to a democratic decision, I think the American people after 9/11 would have chosen to go into the Middle East. I don't think the general public was intelligent enough to know anti-interventionist policy pre 9/11 to see the catastrophe that came afterwards of this is where I'm breaking off with you. I think it's a complete catastrophe what has happened in the Middle East. I don't think that we had the knowledge base to come up with that conclusion before we saw the repercussions of what is happening right now. Like, wasn't it like Bernie Sanders advocated that we didn't go in, right? Like previously, before that?
Okay, just to answer that question, everybody was in favor of an international response to Al Qaeda. It's the conflation of Al Qaeda with the Taliban and with Saddam Hussein, who had no role in 9/11, that is what's created this problem. If we went in there and went after Al Qaeda and the people who actually attacked us and eliminated them as a threat, that would be one thing. And I think it's pretty, a few people might disagree with that, but I feel like that was justifiable when we had international consensus and for that. But we really expanded it way beyond that to something that we have now. And now we're talking about, what the internal politics of Afghanistan is, as if that's our responsibility. And it's not.
Well, I mean, the reason for the war was the Taliban refused to let us get after Al Qaeda. If they had allowed that, we probably wouldn't be at the war.
We can get into this is one of the things is, we kind of did an Austrian ultimatum on Serbia, where it was just like, you have one day to give everything. And
they may have negotiated in bad faith.
I'll get into the economics for you, Chuck. We'll make this.
So we negotiated in bad faith, and so
I don't know enough to know if that's true, but I like the Austrian ultimatum comparison.
All right, so we did finish.
You're welcome.
We did finish the first round, and I did put the voting out. Some people are saying there are not. Some people are not on it. Mike from PA Central Committee is big enough that he's going to get voted through. SBTV was the champion from last week, so I did not put the two of them on the first ballot of voting. I mean, Mike, I don't know how many people are watching your stream right now, Mike.
400.
Okay, right, exactly. So, there's no real point to put him on there. So SBTV got a pass on the first round because he did win last week. So the 5 people to vote for whether you want them to stay or not are Relevant, Lecturefan, Cormentine, Chuck Moulton, and Bastier. Yeah, Mike. Cool. Mike has a lot of people. So we put
My bad.
Yeah, I put everything out there. Please make sure you follow all the guests. They're taking time out of their Friday nights. They're coming onto our channel. They're trying to provide a good conversation. I will try to make the questions a little bit better in the future. We have, I would say, 1 more minute to vote here real quick, and then we're just going to keep moving forward.
Can I just ask one more question?
Do anything you want now.
Oh, okay, great. So just one last question, because Mike brought up the point that maybe, we might have been justified in some kind of action in response to 9/11 post it. I don't want to put any words in your mouth. But after that, would you agree that there might have been perhaps, not necessarily amongst our leadership, but amongst the general public of America, do you think that there might have been a consensus that we should have continued due to the misinformation that was propagated by our intelligence agencies and organizations. I'm basically asking, could this be a failure of democracy if it was instituted?
I mean,
Like, if we had a
I think
democratic
I've
process.
talked enough. I think other people, if they want to,
Well, I was just.
I'd be happy to. I'd be happy to answer. I mean, if nobody has anything to say, I'll talk all night. But my point is, well, first of all, I would actually dispute. You know, I love the bash the CIA too, but the reality is that the Bush administration and Dick Cheney were ignoring what the intelligence analysts were saying. So even the horrible CIA was saying, don't go into Iraq. There is no weapons of mass destruction. They were saying talking about doing targeted strikes and Tora Bora to go after Osama bin Laden. And they were the ones who decided to get more involved in a conventional war. They passed up the opportunities to go after Al Qaeda directly. So I think the misinformation was political and coming from the Bush administration and not our intelligence agencies in that specific instance.
I got to take back over here. Okay, so voting is going to close in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that is going to be everything. Thank you, everybody, for coming. We got 155 people to vote, so I really appreciate that from everybody.
Oh, by the way, if you next time, throw me the thing, and I'll make sure everyone votes. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, yeah, I'll get that to you. My fault. So Cormentine, congratulations, 64 votes, 41%. You're through.
Hey.
Lecture Fan, 34 votes, 22%. You're through. Relevant, 22 votes, 14%. You're through. Chuck Moulton, 22 votes. 14%, you're through. Bastier, 16 votes, 10%. Yeah, I know, and I was excited for you to come on and be here. I really was.
All right, comrades, it was a lot of fun, and I hope to talk to y'all again sometime soon.
Yeah, but before you sprint away and all that kind of stuff, give like a really big shout out for your channel. Like talk everything about it. Yeah.
Well, hey, Twitch TV, we do politics, gaming, and fun. Yeah, you know, I think it'd be great to have you all there. I think that what's been interesting about tonight's stream is I feel like I have a lot of stuff in common with various individuals from different perspectives, but I guess I don't align with anybody quite completely. So maybe we can do it again sometime.
I'm just really persuasive.
Yeah, no, I'd definitely like to get together again sometime in the future. So twitch.tv/Bastier, and if you can leave a follow for all of the guests, it is in my Discord right there. Thank you, everybody, for coming in. Bastier, seeing you soon.
Thanks for coming in. Thanks for coming in. You did a
good
good
talking
job.
to you, man. Yeah, it was good. It was great chopping it up with you.
Thanks, folks. Have a good night.
You have a great one.
Peace, buddy.
Okay. So, Chuck, you wanted something economics, you said, right? Here you go then. I'll let you start. What further levels of state planning must the U.S. economy undergo over the next decade to keep with the rapid growth of other nations?
Oh boy. Here's my problem with the way that question is framed. Why is growth necessarily a good thing? Like, you know, let's say that, you know, a country like Indonesia, which is currently experiencing rapid growth, is your metric for what the United States needs to keep up with. But Indonesia is halfway underwater right now. It's undergoing a catastrophe. You know, so I think from the perspective of somebody who's looking at like non-scaled numbers and saying we need to keep up with this, it seems like a bit of a fallacy there. I don't necessarily think that growth is necessary right now. I think what's needed is investment in infrastructure that's going to keep us from dying in the next 100 years or so. I just think that chasing growth is it's a paradigm that got us into this mess in the first place. I remember, you know, when I was working in the investment industry, you know, back in like the mid 2000s until the 2010s, the industries to chase the global areas to chase were Brazil, Russia, India, and China. That's where, you know, BRIC nations comes from. And what is happening in all four of those nations right now? Would it have been smart to pursue policies that got those countries the kind of growth that they experienced during that 10-year stretch? I disagree with the question altogether.
So I guess I missed like the start of the question. You were asking.
Yeah, I'll rephrase it. I can rephrase it a little bit. So, in my opinion, via subsidies, via incentives, and via other ways that the government, say, tinkers within the economy, I would say that we already have some level of like the government picking winners and or picking losers, deciding who succeeds. So my question was, how much more do you think we're going to have to do of this going future, or do you think that we're going to have to do less of this? So it's a question like dealing with that kind of stuff. So go ahead.
Okay, so I'll take a crack at it. So first of all, I completely disagree with what Cormentine said here. Growth is very important. When we look at macroeconomics, Macroeconomics, it used to have growth first, and we spend most of the course talking about that, and then talk a little bit about business cycles. And since the Great Depression, that sort of turned around. We spend most of our time talking about business cycles, but that's really silly because growth overwhelms business cycles to a huge amount. When you look at exponential growth, as far as 2%, 3%, year over year over year, you're talking about doubling incomes within I forget what it is, like a 20-year period or 30-year period. And if you do that time after time after time, people get richer and richer. And we've seen that in China, we've seen that in other countries. And it's great for all the individuals out there, not just for the elites. It lifts the poor out of poverty. However, the premise of the question seems to be that
according to what? According to what? The support of poverty, when, where, and how?
When, where, and how. There are less and less people who are living on $2 a day, $1 a day, etc. It just real incomes have gone up substantially.
Okay, but the cost of living has also gone up substantially, especially
and
in some of those poor nations you've mentioned.
Far more in the. I'm talking about developing countries specifically, not the U.S. But even in the U.S., even in the U.S., we see people having substantially more spendable real income than they have before. When you take into account government benefits, when you take into account the differences in quality of items, that now people can have cell phones, TVs, things they didn't have before. People have more disposable income. But the way to encourage those things is not for the government to pick winners and losers. The way to encourage growth is for government to get out of the way. And unfortunately, government has so many regulations, taxes, etc., that it's hard for businesses to innovate. So if the government would get out of the way, we'd have even higher growth rates. We had the highest growth rates when we had the least government constraints in the late 1800s, early 1900s.
Who else would like to go?
Can I push back on a couple of
go
those? Ahead. Okay, a couple of those points. So one is that having more disposable income as an aggregate necessarily necessitates an improved quality of life. We know that that's not true. Yes, their income has risen, at least in first world non-developing nations, faster than the cost of living. But then including with that is the cost of precarity. So if you look at overall, over let's say like a 30-year stretch, which is, I think you're looking at probably the same charts that I am, you're seeing a growth in income. But what you're not including is how hard it is for people to maintain that income over time. What you're also not including is disappearance of things like superannuation pensions, loss of union sector jobs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a whole lot of like external factors that you're not looking at with that. So even though if you look at the numbers in the aggregate, it might look like, hey, hang on a second, people have more money to spend. They're richer than they ever have been. When you start to disaggregate it, like if you looked at it, they say through, somebody who would have earned like $40,000, back in the 1980s, or somebody who had a specific kind of job, i.e., nursing or construction, etc., back in the 1980s, compared to how they're doing today in terms of being able to save money, in terms of their overall costs of living, in terms of how long they can hold on to a job, that's actually worsened. So, what benefit does growth have if people find it harder to simply get by? Like you might have a year and a half stretch where you're doing okay, and then another 6 or 8 month stretch where you're absolutely not.
Chuck, real quick, and then Chuck, go ahead, and then I want to let everybody else get in. Yeah, Chuck, 30 seconds.
Yeah, of course. People are doing better than ever before. So
according to what? According to what?
According to what they can buy with their income. In other words, real income.
But if you stop working for 6 or 8 or 12 months at a time, how is your life improved?
You see that as a bad thing. I see that as a benefit. People can substitute leisure for labor, and people are choosing to jump from job to job. They're choosing to take time off from work, and that's a good thing.
Or they're just getting laid off or fired.
Okay.
They are getting laid off and fired.
Let's let somebody else
jump in. What's changed in today's economy is people aren't having the same job for 40, 50 years. People are jumping from job to job to job, but that doesn't mean that those jobs are worse than they were before. So people are choosing to change jobs.
I'm gonna stop you there. First of all, no, people are not necessarily choosing to change jobs. But then the second thing is, why does somebody move from one job to another? Generally, why?
I mean, there's a host of reasons. I can list some of them, but
Sure, let's go through them. Let's go through them.
Let's just try to keep it quick because there are other people that have to talk.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I don't want to monopolize this discussion, but people might choose to leverage their skill set to jump to something that can give them more growth opportunity as far as management, give them a better work-life balance. They can choose to learn more skills. So all of those are possibilities. The company might decide to lay them off because the company might close up, but because businesses don't necessarily last forever. And in today's economy, businesses fail, other businesses start up. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. That's just how the economy works.
But do you think that accounts for the reason why? If we go back to the 1980s, can that account for why people generally held on to jobs for at least 5 years at a stretch, and now the average for job maintenance is 2 years? It absolutely does not. There's a couple of things that happened between the late 1970s and now. One is that superannuations, whether they're private or public, so that is public pension plans, private sector pension plans, but also the ability to collectively bargain, has absolutely been decimated in that stretch of time. What that's left people with is having to job hop from one to the other, sometimes voluntarily, sometimes completely involuntarily. And then when you add to that the crushing costs of healthcare in your country, then it adds up. It adds up to a conclusion, which is people have more money to spend for short periods of time, and then they don't, and that does not increase somebody's quality of life. Just because the economy is growing does not mean that translates to the average human being.
Lecture, relevant, Mike, Nate, whoever wants to.
No, I'll just say I agree with Chuck, obviously, and to directly address your question, Touring News. Of course we need less of the government intervention in the economy. There's almost no dispute that over the history of the world that capitalism and free market economies have done more to help people, including the lowest income people, than any progressive leftist socialist policy could ever dream of doing. The fact of the matter is the less government intervention in the economy, the better it is for everybody, including the lowest income people. And I don't really think there's much of a dispute over that. And so all of these leftist policies, whether it's healthcare or college or anything like that, they're all nightmares for the economy. They'll destroy the economy.
Okay, go.
Did it destroy Norway's economy? Come on now.
We gotta let the others get in. Go ahead.
Let me. Obviously, that's the most ridiculous pile of bullshit I've ever heard. The most highly developed countries that have the highest human development index and highest reported happiness and the best societies as far as social cohesion and every measurable metric are the Nordic countries. And they have sectoral unionism, which mandates that almost every single worker is in a union. They have free college, universal health care, government paid childcare. They have about as an interventionist an economy as you could possibly have. And these social democracies just objectively are far better than the United States in every measurable way. As far as what we should do in the future, which was the original question, we're facing catastrophic climate change. And the IPCC report says that if we continue to ignore the externalities of fossil fuels, it will cause, I believe the estimate was 8% of global GDP within the next 50 years. And if I'm off on that, feel free to correct me.
I will say we will be talking about the climate
which
change.
is trillions upon trillions $1 trillion of lost wealth. I just recently saw a report that we may see 1 billion climate refugees by 2050. And the amount of disruption and damage that would be done if we continue to allow externalities. And what is an externality, you're wondering, if you never heard the term? It refers to if I make a trade with Cormentine and it causes pollution that spills onto LCTR and gives him cancer, the price that Cormentine paid doesn't include the damage that was done to LCTR. And we see that with climate change today. And so Bernie Sanders just yesterday
save that if you don't mind.
Okay. But by the way, we have to do extensive interventions, which means we have to
it's going to be the follow-up question. Encourage
unionization, hopefully enforce sectoral unionism on the United States, raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. We need to heavily regulate Wall Street and the financialization of this economy. And we need to rebuild the infrastructure of the United States, which has been allowed to degrade under a neoliberal and conservative rule over the last 30 years. So the future depends upon an active government, or the United States will lag behind the rest of the world in growth.
Can I just add to one thing that you just
Yeah,
expand on one thing
quickly,
you
real
said, Central
quick.
Committee, which is that to your point about interventionism in the domestic economy, but at every point where the United States has gotten incredibly interventionist in its domestic economy, it's created like unprecedented growth, i.e., the New
Obviously.
Deal. Yeah. So
Yeah.
Nate, what do you think about, does the state need to guide the economy more in the next decade, or do you think it should stay kind of at the current level?
There's absolutely no question that the states have always and probably will continue to always have an impact when it comes to the economy. Okay, governments choose winners and losers all the time. They have historically, they have in recent history, they continue to do so today. 2007, 2008 being a great example of the U.S. government bailing out an entire sector of an economy. Um, whether you look at the developmental economics of, say, Asia, right, with South Korea running something like 30% inflation throughout the 70s and 80s, the government was directly invested in making sure the steel industry there was growing and becoming competitive.
Great example.
Every country should around the world do what is best for them and their people when it comes to trade. This race to the bottom is unwinnable. It's unwinnable for us. It's unwinnable for other developing countries. When you look at something like South Korea, look at them now. Okay, maybe they're not as rich as America, but they make things. They make cars, TVs, ships. What do we make in America? We don't make anything. So it turns out that all these pushes to do free trade have been one-way deals for people who are in a very, very nice, comfortable position of power, looking to make the highest possible returns for the lowest possible price. That is an unsustainable economic race to the bottom. It only benefits a very, very tiny group of people. And over the past 30 to 50 years, the supply siders who argue for that should really be blown out of the water. Just ask anybody in the Rust Belt in America how free trade has worked out. Ask anybody in Mexico or Guatemala who can no longer grow any type of subsistence crops how well NAFTA is working. And then so in terms of the economy, you need a mixture of protection. You need a mixture of removing barriers. It depends what we're talking about. Protecting home industries is something that even Adam Smith was talking about. So there's a long base for this, even in classical economics, where you don't just want to give everything away. You need to protect home industries. You need to make sure that every country has to be looking out for its people's health, environment, and their opportunities to have prosperity. It's more complex than free trade.
Okay, on the topic of growth as a country, I don't.
I might have said that badly. I was trying to ask a question. Does our government need to continue guiding the economy? Should it guide it less? Should it guide it more? Or how much should it be involved with economic development?
Gotcha. I think it should guide it more. As far as like, yeah, no, you're good. As far as like when it comes to what programs it should implement, I do look to the Nordic countries, as Mike was referring to. These seem to be great examples for the way that I believe that the government intervening in how business works in order to do things like, for instance, something that nearly every single country seems to do, which is something like minimum wage, right? That's just the markets can't really control for putting up a livable wage for its workers anywhere. Like everybody has it because it just seems like it doesn't work on its own. That's one very basic example of one of the things where just markets fail on their own. If you look at other examples, I would just point directly to the Nordic countries for their overwhelming success when it comes down to restricting the private sector and the things that it can do and regulating it, so that way it benefits the people and the country as a whole. Excuse me.
Can I jump in here?
Yes.
I want to talk about tariffs and about the minimum wage. With regard to tariffs, I mean, I've taught classes on international economics. Tariffs are horrible all around. Basically, a tariff is worse for domestic consumers than it is for domestic producers. There's a loss every time you impose a tariff. The way that one of my professors explained a tariff is it's like two countries are in a rowboat, like the U.S. and China in a rowboat, and I'm mad at China, so I shoot a hole in my side of the rowboat, so the rowboat starts to sink. But my side sinks faster than China's side. And then China gets mad at me for doing that, so he shoots a hole in his side of the rowboat. And we're both sinking faster and faster. That's what tariffs do. What we need is free trade. We need people to make goods where they have the comparative advantage. So where people can produce goods the cheapest and the highest quality, and we trade. The consumers get goods cheaper overall if we get to produce goods that we're better at and trade it for goods that the other country is better at. So that's one. As far as minimum wage is a disaster. I don't think people understand what the minimum wage is. The minimum wage is a wage floor. It doesn't impose a wage for everyone. It says this is the minimum wage that you have to provide if you hire someone. No one is going to be hired unless they at least hit a productivity level of whatever the wage rate is offered. So if the minimum wage is set higher than someone's productivity, he can never get hired. And that's what happens. The minimum wage just cuts off the bottom rung of the ladder, which hurts people who are starting off in the job market. It hurts the young. It hurts the poor. And it leads to more racism. The minimum wage is a horrible policy all around.
Okay, this is okay.
Mike. Hang on. Let Chuck finish first, and then you're going to wrap up the topic.
He repeated himself a couple times.
Yep,
that's why.
Let him finish, and then you close.
Go ahead, buddy. Go ahead.
I can end there if people want to jump in.
Okay. Yep, go ahead. Mike,
so,
you can close this one out, and then I have a follow-up.
So, that sounds, I know that you have a pretty high level of economics education, but that was pretty Econ 101 understanding of the way labor markets work. Actually, most of the empirical studies on minimum wage prove that it has no disemployment effect. You're just making that up. The most famous meta studies all show that. There's a famous study back in 1994.
We get to that.
Wait, hold on. Card and Kruger's study of the minimum wage, and it was about fast food employment, showed no discernible impact. There's a concept called monopsony, which we won't have time to get into, Chuck. I know you know what it is. And market and employment, there's all these negative effects of finding jobs and having very low wages. And employers do not set wages based on your productivity. They set wages based on what they can get hires for. And so it has absolutely, you mentioned productivity, but even unskilled workers in the United States, their human capital is high enough that they produce far more than $7.25 an hour for their employers. So that's just nonsense. And for example, even McDonald's, for example, labor is only 20% of the cost of a burger. So if we were to double the minimum wage, we're not talking about dramatic increase in costs. And what we see in the studies of the minimum wage, when we actually increase it, for example, we raised the $15 minimum wage in Seattle. There was no disemployment effect that was detected at all. In fact, if you look at a chart of the unemployment rate in Seattle right now, you have no idea when the $15 minimum wage is enacted because it's not discernible on the chart. There is absolutely no empirical data that minimum wages set below 60% of the median wage cause disemployment effect. And in fact, there's all sorts of reasons economically to believe it's a good thing. And there's all these avenues of adjustment that take place when a minimum wage goes in. For example, people become more skilled because there's less turnover. So firms are not spending time searching for new employees, which is, as you probably know, Chuck, is very expensive. People report better life satisfaction because they have more money. They're able to.
I am going to throw it back to Chuck.
All those things. There's a million things. Sorry, Chuck. But the point is that empirically, I know in like Econ 101 fantasy thought experiment land, it might cause that thing. But when we actually measure the effect of minimum wages in reality, there is no disemployment effect. And there's all these positive effects that cause a positive redistribution of wealth from the top to working class people. It's a positive.
And a follow-up, Chuck, and then I got to move on. Sorry, everybody.
Lots of follow-up. So basic economics is that demand curves slope downward and supply curves slope upward. And there's always someone who will throw in and say, we found this exception to economics where somehow the demand does not slope down. Card and Kruger is an example of that. So they sent out a survey to people after the minimum wage was raised, and they said, hey, did you fire anyone in the past few weeks? And people basically mostly said no. But that's not what the theory of economics says about the minimum wage. It doesn't say that you automatically start firing people willy-nilly. There are lags to that. So what people do is they just don't hire as much in the future. And in making future decisions, they decide, well, maybe it's not a good idea to open a restaurant because it's not profitable anymore. Maybe it's a good idea to move my company to a different state in the long term. And that's what did happen. So basically, the minimum wage has lag times, and people can substitute capital for labor, and that's what happens too. So you see in fast food restaurants now they have kiosks where people can
But that would be a
buy
good
their
thing.
food over a computer rather than talking to a person. Because when you can substitute capital for labor, when the labor cost becomes too high, that's what happens. It's not true that people suddenly become more productive when you raise the wage rate. That's not
Yes,
how it
it
works.
is.
People get more productive by working at a company and getting useful job skills. There are plenty of people who are not as productive as $7.25 an hour.
Chuck, I just explained how they stay at the job longer.
How did they get the job in the first place? Why would anyone hire someone
They
who
have already
earns them
been.
less than they're paying?
They've already been hired. That's the answer to your
I'm
question.
just explaining. You said it had a disemployment effect. I'm saying what happens is there is no disemployment effect. People gain skills because they remain on the job longer, and firms do not have to. You totally avoided.
I just said that there's no new hires because of that.
One more minute, guys. One more
I agree
minute.
with you that people aren't fired automatically, but in long-term decisions,
Nate.
A minimum wage hike leads to an unemployment effect.
Plus, you're not accounting for all the other effects.
Okay.
You're not accounting for all the other effects. For example, when you transfer wealth from the top 1% with a low marginal propensity to consume, when you're a rich guy, you can only buy so many cheeseburgers, and you move that money into the hands of lower wage workers. They have a high propensity to consume, so they spend more of that money in consumer demands. So more of the money transferred to them stimulates the economy more than keeping it at the top. As far as
Well,
this,
when you keep it at the top, they invest it, and investing is good for the economy.
Let's let either
too.
Nate or Quarantine jump in here.
Hold
I know
on,
they're trying to say things. Go ahead, Mike.
Let me just finish this, and I'm sorry for talking so long. But the point is, Chuck, you said that it encourages capital investment. That's a good thing. That means that productivity is going up, because if you invest in kiosks, let's use your example that you brought up. If McDonald's invests in kiosks, first of all, they have to buy them from somewhere, which means they're funding some computer engineers, some software programmers, some manufacturing company, and then the workers that remain at McDonald's can serve more customers at a higher rate. Why would that be a bad thing? If anything, that enhances the wealth of our society. And by the way, when we measure it, when we actually look at this, and this is not just Kruger. I mean, I encourage you to read the Dube, Lester, and Reich study in 2010 that looked at I think it was a study of all studies, and they could not find a disemployment effect like you're talking about.
I gotta let someone else go on. Sorry.
So, by the way, I'm sorry to get all these economist terms, guys, but the point is, this is pretty well established that minimum wages don't cause that much of an unemployment effect, as long as that minimum wage is no more than 60% of the median wage. And none of the proposals are breaking that.
That's total bullshit.
That is not
it violates basic economics. It violates all the empirical
economics, but we have empirical data. We can study it and
measure
measure
empirical data. You're just wrong. You're looking at first-order effects. You're not looking at long-term effects. You're saying, people aren't fired tomorrow when you raise the minimum wage. That's not the point.
Irrelevant. Get it in there real fast. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Irrelevant.
Effects.
Irrelevant. Quick. Because we got to move on.
So, Chuck, even if what you're saying is correct, and they are de-incentivized in trying to employ people in the future, it seems like that idea might have, maybe, I could be wrong, pushed our country closer towards what we have right now, which is like a stranglehold on technology. If what you say is correct, and we're so afraid of hiring people, wouldn't that be one of the motives that pushed us into innovating the technological industry in order to make sure that we didn't have so many people on our inside of our labor pool doing menial tasks or things like that? Wouldn't that push us to innovate in automation, thus giving us a stranglehold on that market and being able to distribute that and tax it from our own businesses in country? I feel like if what you say is correct, it seemed to work really well because we got Microsoft. You know what I mean?
Nate, it looked like you were trying to say something at one point.
Well, there's a bunch of things that I'll try to be as fast as possible. One, I agree that the minimum wage would not have a very noticeable difference in the American economy, even if you increase it. It'll have an increase in aggregate demand. Businesses will probably experience more profits, if anything. And part of capitalism is requiring people to have demand, because expenditure from wages are also expenditure, right? So you need that to have profits. Number two, we have to push back against the narrative. There's these laws in economics. Okay, number one, the demand function can take any shape, according to Sunshine, Mantel, Debrow. Right? They have proven mathematically, even if you're assuming that every rational agent in the market is rational, it can still have an irregular shape. There is no law that has to go downward sloping demand and upward sloping supply. Like, what is the supply of a video game? It's infinite.
That's
Okay.
number
three.
basic
Number three.
economics. Demand is downward sloping.
Well, no, it's not. If you actually look up what I said, I'll link it to you in the chat so we don't waste any more time. But number three, when it comes to tariffs, we didn't talk about the costs of all the people who lost middle class standing jobs in America when all those industries were shipped away to be produced at the lowest cost, like say auto manufacturing or other types of jobs. There are people all over America who, okay, so they had a job to pay them $20 an hour, in terms of the purchasing power of their money. Now they're working at Walmart for like something close to minimum wage, maybe $10 an hour, something like that. That's also a cost. So if you don't protect your own industries, even though tariffs are not optimal, we have to also factor in the cost to the society as a whole. So when you lose middle class jobs, that means the middle class loses purchasing power. That means you lose political power. And now what do we have? We have a country run by wealthy elites. So of course they're going to do what's best for them. That's why it's not just a strict Ricardian reduction and doing comparative advantages between country and country. It's not.
Cormantine,
it's more
you've been itching for a little bit. Go ahead, 30 seconds, but I have to move on.
No, I just, I mean, one, I live in Ontario, Canada, right? So we have a real life case study in what effects that minimum wage increases have on long-term unemployment, because we have been raising the wage at a staggered rate for the last 3 years, I believe. And then the last government that we had stopped that increase, and it ended up terminating at $14 an hour. You know what the net effect on employment was? Zero. Absolutely none. Squat whatsoever. Unemployment did not go down. It continued rising at the same rate it was for the 5 years previously when there was a staggered increase. The second thing is that, and this is something that you haven't brought up yet, which I'm very surprised about, but the canard that it ends up increasing prices. I've read several studies on minimum wage increases where it comes to restaurant employees and their long-term employment, but also on increasing the minimum wage for restaurant employees, and then the subsequent price increases. And you know what effect that has on their local economy? Zero, absolutely none whatsoever. Again, Chuck, like, I love you, man, but you're living in a theoretical universe where none of this stuff has any material basis in reality whatsoever. I mean, we can look at all the studies we want, but we can also look at real life case studies, and the net effect of the stuff that you're talking about is always zero.
Well, thank you, everybody. We have a 10-minute topic, and then somebody is going to not be staying with us anymore. And it's kind of involved with this. Bernie Sanders announced a comprehensive Green New Deal and economic reinvestment plan. What are your thoughts about the proposal and the state of the climate? So the reason why I had the first question be how much is the state going to have to get involved with the economy is because I wanted to lead into this one. So what do people think about Bernie's Green New Deal?
You have to go all in. Need double the spending. We need more. There's a fucking blank check when it comes to what to do with the environment. That's what I say. There is no limit. The utility here is fucking infinite because it's life or death now. It's a matter of survival. There is, it's not. I don't care if it's 15 trillion, 16 trillion, 32 fucking trillion. It doesn't matter. There's an existential global crisis in humanity right now. We have to do everything we can for this country and probably to work together with every single other one just to have a fucking chance because it's looking really bad. That's my opinion.
Lecture fan, go ahead.
Well, I didn't get to say anything on that last
Oh
topic.
shit!
So
I was wondering. I was wondering. That's my fault. 100% my fault.
Let me just throw a couple points in, and then I'll talk about the Bernie Sanders things. First of all, the CBO report showed that a $15 minimum wage would cause 3.7 million jobs. Second of all,
you're lying already. You can't even do one sentence without lying.
This canard that the Nordic countries and the Nordic countries are this great, wonderful economic model are completely wrong. Those countries are not as rich as the U.S. They don't have as high a growth rate. They also have high taxes, and it's fundamentally unfair and immoral to tax somebody to pay for somebody else's shit. Most importantly, though, what those Nordic countries do is they actually rob humanity of one of the major fulfillments in life, of one of the things that really fulfills a man's soul, which is to provide for their family and provide for themselves. And so when you have the government taxing everybody and then providing for basic necessities and all these other things, it saps the joy of life of actually providing for yourself and your family from humans, and it steals from men the actual enjoyment and fulfillment that comes from providing. Now, Bernie Sanders' proposal in the Green New Deal is obviously just a ruse for socialism. It's obviously complete bullshit. American people would never vote for it. Bernie Sanders has no chance whatsoever. The Green New Deal has no chance whatsoever. AOC, Ilhan Omar, the Green New Deal, they're complete
Bernie's new proposition, not AOC's.
And you're just naming names,
completely way outside the American mainstream and doesn't have a chance. And look, nobody disputes the greenhouse effect. And if you have CO2, it causes the greenhouse effect. Nobody disputes that. The problem is that the left has now politicized this and turned it into a way to try to increase government power and increase government control over every aspect of our daily lives. And that's my problem with the left and their climate change thing. It's got nothing to do with the science. It's the politicization of it and how they're trying to use it to justify a mass takeover of huge chunks of the economy by the government. And I really wish the left would stop trying to make a political point with using science as basically a false ruse.
Relevant or Cormanty? Go ahead, Cormanty.
I find it really interesting that you said that it's completely out of step with American history, society, etc. Except, as we've already said, the largest government interventions ended up creating unprecedented growth, and also the last gigantic government invention that you had ended up creating the middle class. That was the original New Deal. But also things like the construction of the Tennessee Valley Authority, like electrifying the entire rural United States. These are massive government interventions that you probably back then would have described as socialist. The other thing is that the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has basically, like, they've said that if there aren't immediate and drastic actions taken to reduce to reduce or limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius year over year, then by 2050 you've got climate disaster. How do you figure that that's going to be done without government intervention? Like, I would just like to hear you tell me how that works out without an intervention.
Well, the New Deal was a complete disaster. All of those FDR programs and what they did in the 1930s are the main reason why the United States got long-term liabilities that we can never pay. There's no doubt about that.
Chuck?
Oh my God. Run on that, please. Get Republican politicians to run on that, please.
Okay, so on top of the Green New Deal, I mean, first of all, it's being adopted by Bernie Sanders, but it was proposed by Howie Hawkins before that, and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez have a more comprehensive Green New Deal than.
Was that a purposeful Ocasio-Cortez?
Ocasio.
Okay, you said Ocasio. That was all.
I apologize if I mispronounced it. My bad. But anyway, both of them have explicitly said that the point of the Green New Deal is to bring socialism to the economy, and that the green effects are just an extra consequence. That the socialism is the most important part. So that's been said by both Howie Hawkins in his presidential run, and it's been said by Alexandria's chief of staff, who is the architect of her Green New Deal. And that socialism would be a disaster for the economy. It would impoverish a lot of people. I also reject a lot of the assumptions about climate change that are being articulated here. I do think we have a CO2 problem. We have man-made climate change, but the way to save that is, number one, to improve our technology so that we go to electric cars and so forth, and number two, to plant more trees. And both of those are solved by getting the government out of the way. And the reason for that is we've seen dramatic technology improvements from the likes of Tesla, for example, whereas governments are getting in the way of innovation. It's also true that the biggest polluters right now are, number one, the U.S. military, and number two, in developing countries that don't seem to care too much about the environment, because they see that the U.S. has trashed the environment to get ahead, and they say, well, why can't we trust the environment to get ahead? If you look at something called the Kuznets curve, which is basically like the Laffer curve, except it applies to environmentalism. Environmentalism is basically a rich man's concern. So what they found is that as income goes up, appreciation for the environment goes up too. So the best way to get these developing countries to be on board with environmentalism is to get their income up. And you don't do that by trashing the global economy and putting us in socialism. That it will have the opposite effect of what you're looking for.
Chuck, you're talking about getting developing countries on board, quote unquote, with environmentalism, but you do understand that the global South has, on a per capita basis, and you can look at like any of the major producers in the global South. You understand that the United States consumption and carbon emissions is like orders of magnitude higher than them. What is there to get on board? It's actually the Western world that needs to get on board with anything.
Well, we need to get China on board too.
Okay, sure. Oh, whatever. Get fine. Get China on board, but that's not the global south. That's not what I'm talking about. You're saying developing countries. China's not a developing country.
To any of the friends that have not spoken yet, go ahead.
Okay.
I think who hasn't spoken yet? I haven't actually
I
gone
haven't.
on the topic.
If you want to go, you can. But
No, go ahead. Go. I'm relevant. You can go, man.
I just kind of
Oh,
want
and by the way, I do have. Sorry, just one more thing, because I let you have something that I should not have let you have, which is that China is not only on board, quote unquote, but they're far ahead of the United States in terms of developing sustainable energy technologies.
China is producing 700 coal plants in the next like 10 years.
I could be
Yeah,
I could be incorrect about
board?
this, but I do believe that
Yes,
China
and-
per capita produces less CO2 emissions than Americans do. If you actually look at the breakdown of their emissions.
Oh, yeah, they absolutely
Okay.
produce less
Per
CO2
capita,
emissions
yeah,
right now, but China's economy is rising and they're polluting more.
Fair. Okay. Relevant.
Oh, okay. I just kind of didn't. I mean, established already before that it seems like climate change seems to be an externality inside of the markets right now. We are producing. We have a financial incentive to screw over the entire environment. And I know you brought up Tesla. Let me hit you with, they've been posting big losses because it's not viable. It's not viable to be pro, let's go the environment, unless you have massive technological advancement, which we're just not going to see realistically within any realistic amount of time before climate change has a very serious effect on us. You are just literally, you are paid more money to screw over the environment. The fact of the matter is, who can stop that from happening? Seems like most people got onto the idea, the government. So why shouldn't the government go in and stop these companies from screwing over the environment, which they have an incentive to do? We know they do. So like, how do markets fix an incentive to pollute the environment without intervention?
I mean, this is econ. Okay, this is econ 101.
Yeah, it really is.
The tragedy of the commons, right? And exploitation of something that doesn't have a market mechanism. And when Barack Obama tried to put one on, which was the cap and trade plan, libertarians like our friend over here fought it because they said it would harm the economy. And I already established earlier that estimates are, we're talking about 1 billion climate refugees. If you don't think 1 billion climate refugees will damage the world economy, you are in la la land. If you don't think that, and by the way, the direct effects, we're talking about 10% of global GDP as estimated by the IPCC. So it actually would result in a net gain for us economically, just with leaving aside the necessity of the like saving the planet so we don't all die. The actual investment will give us a return. We will see a return from that. And the biggest problem we have in our energy system is that the way we produce energy, we have a lot of externalities that are not just climate, but also health. Like coal kills people. We put out more radioactivity from our coal plants than we do from our nuclear plants. We kill people with asthma, lung cancer, particulate pollution all over the place. So as far as the Green New Deal, the thing about Bernie's plan is that it so effectively deals with both social, economically, and environmental justice issues. It helps deal with inequality by putting in structuring the investment in such a way that we go from a coal plant, which is a highly unequal process. Coal miners get only a tiny fraction of the revenue of the coal that's mined, whereas with solar panels and wind farms, that is a more labor intensive. So more of the revenue of that goes down to the working and middle class. So it not only is it a benefit for us environmentally, not only is it a benefit for us economically, it also reduces inequality. And all of that stuff is necessary, because if we continue on the status quo pace and we just say, oh, we'll get rich before we die, the thing is, there's only so much we can do if we're facing 8 degrees C of climate change in the next 100 years. We must do this. It's not a question of if, when. We can't engineer our way out of global climate change. We can't ignore these externalities. We must make the investment.
First of all, we can absolutely engineer our way out of it. But more importantly, the estimates that you're looking at,
you're just making things up. You're just
let him go real quick. Go ahead, let him go.
If there's CO2 in the atmosphere, then there's 2 ways to deal with that. One is to put less CO2 in the atmosphere, and the other is to take CO2 out of the atmosphere. The way to take CO2 out of the atmosphere is to plant more trees and to just get plants. So trees, for example, I think it's like 70 to 80% of their carbon is pulled out of the atmosphere, the carbon in the trees.
So that's really the solution to this long term. But more importantly, all the estimates that you're doing about climate change, I don't buy them. And the reason is that in the 1970s, we had the global cooling scare. Then we had the global warming scare, and now we're calling it climate change because people can't figure out what it is. But we've had estimates of the hockey stick model. And the way science is supposed to work is you make a hypothesis, and then you test the hypothesis. And if your hypothesis turns out to be wrong, then you rework it. What we found with climate change is every time they make an estimate, we wait a few years and we look and they're wrong.
This is just lies. It's totally wrong.
It's not lies. If you look at the hockey stick model, it's been wrong year after year after year, and it's been wrong in the same direction. And
can I ask one question, Chuck? I just want to ask one question. You said that there are two ways. Okay, the one is to stop putting carbon into the atmosphere. The second is to take carbon out of the atmosphere, right?
Yeah.
The answer to that is planting trees. Do we have a reserve of mature, like 20-odd-year-old trees that we can just plant in the ground right now to scrub the carbon from the atmosphere?
I'm
only gonna partially.
A drone that can plant. I think it's something like 400,000 trees every.
I want to know about our. I want to
know
about our strategic tree reserve. Where is that? I haven't heard about this yet.
Rhetorical. This is just a question. Why do for example, why do you guys have to bother lying? Like LCTR said that the CBO estimated 3 million. There was a range of job loss between 0 and 3 million. They just said it could be 1 million, but part of the range was 0 because the science and the economics shows no job loss. But they have a range of estimates. So you said it was 3 million, but you were actually being misleading. You couldn't even just say that there was a range of estimates. Why lie? What's the point? You just undermine your credibility. And as far as like the climate change stuff, we've had you know what the 3 hottest years on record are? 2019, 2018, and 2017. The evidence is not only what's happening now in the short term, but the long-term trends. The hottest 10 years are within the last 25.
I never disagreed with you that the Earth was warming. What I disagreed with is you said that the Earth is going to warm 8 degrees in the next 50 years. What I've said is that based on the track record of scientists who've made that estimates in the past, I don't believe it.
That's the high range. That's possible if we continue on the current
course. You all can continue your things, but I just have to make some announcements for everybody. All right, straw poll is out. We're going to be closing the voting very quickly. Please follow everybody that came out of the channel. Some people are bigger streamers, some people are smaller streamers, but any kind of follows that any of us get, it is really helpful for all of us. It is really helpful. I am going to close the voting down in just a little bit of time, and some exciting announcements for me. I made it over 1,000 followers because of this, so now I'm at 1,006. So thank you everybody for that help.
Congrats, buddy.
Thank you. Yes, leave a follow for all the guests on the table. I am going to close the voting down in 5, 4, 3. Okay, it's closed. Go ahead. You guys can talk if you would like to.
Adam, I see your point about Brazil and currently the government got out of the way, and now there's huge forest fires caused by the cattle industry. The regulations being removed from them in Brazil, and I don't know if you guys know, but the Amazon is the lungs of the earth. It produces most of the oxygen for the ecological system. If we lose the Amazon, that will cause severe problems in our ecological shared patrimony of the whole fucking earth. We can't handle losing the Amazon.
78 votes, 33% through. SBTV _ 46 votes, 20% through. Lecture Fan, 40 votes, 17% through. Relevant, 40 votes, 17% through. Chuck Moulton, 30 votes, 13% not through. Sorry about that, buddy.
I'm gonna go ahead and bail out with Chuck here, because just to stand in solidarity with Chuck based on what's going on here and how these votes were handled. So Touring News, thank you so much for having me on. I really appreciate it. Everybody else, come check me out. Lecture Fan, spelled LCTR fan on Twitch. I'll be live. Come check it out.
Would you like to stay, Chuck?
Chuck, stay, please. I don't want. By the way. Hold on.
I could stay. Now I feel bad for Lecture for.
Well, that was a very abrupt dropout.
Do you guys want me to switch sides? I'll pretend to be a conservative for the rest of this, just because
Don't worry.
They need help.
I mean, I could stay or leave. It's up to you all.
I want you to stay.
Okay, I'll stay for another round, I guess.
And by the way, if you feel like I'm coming too hot, I can back it off. I don't mind. I'm just doing it for the entertainment value, right? You know. So if you think I'm going too hot, just let me know.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. Well, goodbye, lecture fan. Leave him a follow. I didn't think anything was going all that badly, and I was really. It was going to be a tough
thought
question.
we were having a-
I did accuse him of lying by doing the 3 thing from the CBO. But it was misleading. Maybe lie was a little
So
strong.
I was going to ask one that's a little bit of a touchy subject, maybe. HR 40 is a commission to study and develop reparation proposals for the African Americans Act. Redlining was a tactic in the 1930s to the 1960s, mapping out different districts within cities for different mortgage availability. What do you think about the push for a reparations study to be funded and passed in Congress? Not speaking on the reparations, just like the actual study in order to push the conversation forward.
What do I think about this study, or?
Yeah, so right now it's been hard for the United States to approve the budget to get the study done. So do people want the study to be done?
What would the study seek to do? Just study whether or not it would be beneficial for our country?
It's supposed to be an overall documentation of what has happened between, I guess, like African Americans and the United States.
So I'll let you know that HR 40 has been tabled for literally decades. It's almost
I believe
like a ceremonial.
1989.
Yeah, it's almost like a ceremonial motion that gets struck down every single time, and I think it's picked up steam in the last 5 years due to a few different factors. There was Cobra, which has been supporting the study of HR 40 for since the mid 90s, I believe, and then it was Ta-Nehisi Coates' The Case for Reparations, which was written in the Atlantic magazine. I believe that was back in 2014 or 15, and then on top of that, there's been a bit of a controversial movement called ADOS, American Descendants of Slaves. There's a couple of people who have been instrumental in mobilizing ADOS strategy, and also the movement for Black Lives. I think all of these have sort of converged in why can't we get HR 40 pushed through so we can at least study what the effects of slavery have been in terms of, the overall economic impact on Black American communities, and what would reparations look like? Not just what would it cost, but how would it be implemented? And I think putting through a budget, especially after all the spending that we've just talked about in this conversation, having one motion put through to simply study the economic impact of slavery, I think it's a travesty you haven't done that already. How is that even possible?
I mean, I'd agree with that for sure. I think having a comprehensive study on what exactly are the losses of such a thing, and also I think also to have a study of what we stand to gain from reparations could also be very, very good towards the future of our country or America.
I think, though, one of the things that's really sad about the American political system is how conservatives are scared about data and studies. For the longest time, the CDC was banned from even studying the effects of guns on public health. And this is another example where obviously the economic effects of not only slavery, but Jim Crow, and to this day, the racial caste system enforced by our prison industrial complex and the war on drugs. Anybody who's honest knows the disproportional effect, and it's targeting based on race. Like, we all know this. So I can't imagine why anybody would be opposed to getting this information. You'd have to be pretty anti-science to be against it, in my view.
So I guess I'll weigh in on this. I mean, for sure that there have been some very bad effects from racism and from slavery on a whole class of people going back many generations. But reparations are pretty much a redistribution of wealth to a certain demographic. We could ask, should we have reparations for Native Americans for getting their land taken from them?
Yes.
There already have been several times.
Let's just let Chuck go first. It's going to take him a little bit to get through his point.
Yeah,
And
sorry,
then,
Chuck. I will not talk over you anymore because it's like
No worries.
you're already on a 4v1, so I won't talk over anymore.
Yeah, and by the way, everybody,
no worries.
give Chuck some love. Follow his channel. He is staying here and he is going through a tough conversation. So go ahead, Chuck.
Yeah. So a lot of the theories of property rights basically say that when I mean, there can be an unequal distribution at the start, but you still get efficient outcomes when people are allowed to transact freely, whatever the earlier unequal outcomes are. So it may not be the fairest to the earlier people involved, but it's hard to figure out what the appropriate reparations should be, and any sort of reparations would take the form of taking money from one group to give to another group. I'm against that just in theory and in practice. Even though my heart's out to people that are affected by this racism, instead of reparations, I would prefer to get rid of some racist policies we have now. So things that have disparate impact on minorities, such as the war on drugs, and our different sentencing guidelines that have an effect on incarceration rates that is poor, and impediments to people to income ability, like the minimum wage, for example.
I am going to say one thing from chat, and then we're going to let SPTV go relevant, and then Cormatine, you can come back up. Somebody said reparations can be things other than money, and I think that was something that is needed to be said. Go ahead, SPTV.
Yeah, well, I would echo the second part of what Chuck said. I definitely, and also Mike said this too. The whole the criminalization of drugs, and the way laws are enforced, and the way that power structure is enforced. And I've seen it. I've seen it in Philadelphia, where like you go to West Philly, or whatever. It's just constant police presence all the time, nonstop, doing like stings and surveillance on their own population. And then you go to like whiter neighborhoods, barely a cop around. So yeah, there has to be changes in that system. But I would say that it's in terms of doing the research for the bill. I mean, they should absolutely go ahead with it, because I mean, I am for a significant level of reparations, because the last thing that there should be is like, the U.S. government gives every black person in America a $200 gift card to Amazon. That'd be like an insult. Okay. If that was going to be what the reparations were, it has to be a significant amount of money. It has to allow for and white people and white Americans, we should not take this personally. Okay. This is one group suing what the government was essentially allowing and enforcing, and allowing it happen. It'd be like, think of it like the Korean people suing the Japanese government for wartime reparations for atrocities and things, right? This is an atrocity, a historical grievance. It's going on for a very long time. The only way to address it really is through a monetary transfer. Now, I don't agree with Chuck here when he says it has to be taken from somebody else. I don't think that's necessary. We can spend this money into existence. You could argue that the black community is owed this, okay, for essentially 4 centuries of domination. And I'd also say this: we can also have other programs, which I would just say you call it like the Neglected Community Reinvestment Act, right? There are Native Americans, okay, indigenous people, as they're however the PC way to say it is now, okay, they need investment and infrastructure too. They need service. There are white groups of white people in Appalachia who need investment, who've been left behind, people who've been struck by the industrialization. Now, none of those things are, except for maybe with the indigenous, like all I'm saying is like the government should be looking out for the welfare of its people. And in this case, because we're talking specifically about reparations, yes. All right. The answer to this question is yes. All right. Sorry.
Relevant or Cormatine?
I would state that as far as like this situation where it comes to what we're looking at, how like who is essentially responsible, because what you hear a lot instead of reparations is like they're trying to get back at white people or something like that. That's absolutely not the case, right? The fact of the matter is, and I very much echo what Nate said, it's a governmental issue. The government that facilitated that facilitated these practices is what is responsible. So America would be paying back its debts owed to a certain group of people, not white people, right? So like white people could be removed. Put it this way: all white people could leave the country and the debt would still be there, right? We can put it that way. That would still exist. So I just want to make sure that, like, because there seems to be quite a bit of misinformation that this is like black people getting back at white people for misjustices or something like that. It's when that's not necessarily the case at all.
Couple of things I want to say here is that keep in mind, we're just talking about a study. We're not talking about the implementation of reparations. The study doesn't even cover the scope of how reparations would be paid out. Once they figure out a number and the scope, they're simply looking at what did it cost Black Americans to be enslaved, and what did Jim Crow cost Black Americans. But a couple of things I want to point out. From 1934 until 1968, the Federal Housing Administration specifically excluded Black people from guaranteed loans. What that meant was there was no possibility of building generational wealth. If you don't have a home, you simply cannot build the wealth. There were restrictive housing covenants in cities all over the United States that explicitly forbade the sale of homes to Black Americans. So this is not just a matter of people who are no longer alive. There are people who were entered into restrictive covenants People who were taken advantage of by by sellers who would buy the homes and then cycle them between rent-to-own Black owners over the course of decades. The people who were scammed are still alive. I was actually I got a report from the Institute for Policy Studies back in January, and I've got it right in front of me here. For the average white American back in 1983, or white American family in 1983, the median net wealth was $110,160. 2016, that number rises to $146,984. For Latino people, in 1983, median net wealth, this is probably going to sound shocking to you, $4,289, and then it rises to $6,591 in 2016. Here's the funny thing about Black Americans. The average median wealth for Black households, 1983, $7,323. In 2016, it's down by half, $3,557. That is not a matter of a historical redress. That is an ongoing policy to rob Black people of community wealth. So HR 40 is simply a place to start. We haven't even answered the question of what was stolen from them. We're not interested in answering the question of what's still being stolen from them.
Yeah, I didn't know if people were ready to have like those further conversations. I was just talking about the HR 40, and I appreciate everybody coming on here tonight because I know that this is like a touchy topic. I asked because Cormentine and Relevant, you were here, and I thought this could be potential.
But one thing I do want to say with Chuck is that first of all, I mean, thanks for staying in this one. Like, I know this is not an easy format by any stretch to put your points of view out, and you and I actually agree on a lot of things, especially where it comes to U.S. foreign policy intervention, the war on drugs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I just think that studying what it was that was taken from Black Americans, just like studies were conducted after the Japanese internment, studies were conducted after the genocide of Indigenous Americans, studies were conducted on the Holocaust. And in all of those cases, reparations were awarded. All we're simply talking about is, can we run the numbers? I don't think that's too much to ask.
Chuck, then Mike.
I mean, my bigger problem is with if there's huge numbers, wealth redistribution, not so much the study itself. But the one point I did want to address is, I believe it was SBTV said that we could just create this out of thin air. That seemed to be a modern monetary theory idea, and that just doesn't work. I mean, that's when you create money out of thin air, that's a tax on real cash balances. That the dollars in everyone's wallet.
I am just gonna kind of have to keep us on the HR 40, but we will set up a night for Chuck and SPTV to get down to the bottom of this one. I think if they're down with it. Go ahead, Mike.
So if I could say something is for everybody who's watching, I would encourage you to check out the 1619 project from the New York Times, which is a new production they're putting out for the 400th anniversary of the first African slaves in the New World. And basically it lays out clearly that most of the accumulated capital and wealth of the United States for much of its history is based on racial exploitation, a large portion of it. And so when people say like, oh, we might have to redistribute wealth, you're goddamn right. Most of that wealth was stolen from the backs of exploited laborers who were not paid, who were enslaved against their will in violation of the non-aggression principle. And so what we must do is go and find those ill-gotten gains and redistribute them more fairly. Now, that doesn't mean that we are doing this in a racially biased manner. What we are doing is redressing the grievances of a racially biased society. And it's not going to hurt white people, okay? What it is going to do is build a fairer society, and a better society will result in more growth, more self-actualization for all of us, because it's better to be friends and comrades with equals than it is with oppressed, exploited people. You don't want to be an oppressor. That's not the world that you want to live in. That harms you as well. So I would tell every single person watching this to check that out and reckon with the true history of America, right? And what we've done. And that doesn't, the truth will never harm you. Okay? That's the important thing to remember. And by the way, can I make one point just about the idea of affirmative action? I think for this video or for this chat, we should engage affirmative action for the right wingers, because if we just allow the market to decide, they will all be purged. And I would like to continue to have more of a confrontational discussion because I think the entertainment value is there. So if we could enact affirmative action for conservatives, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Can I just say just one short thing? A couple of
I'm
things.
not a conservative, by the way. I'm a libertarian.
Yeah, he's a
Sorry,
libertarian. Yeah.
No, I know. I'm
Right.
sorry.
One, we keep on framing reparations in terms of, and I hear this one a lot. Oh, my family got here in the late 1900s. I came here as an immigrant. Why am I paying out of my pocket? And the thing is, you're actually not. The taxes that you pay to your local, state, and federal governments goes into a pool. At this point now, it belongs to the state. You're not taking money out of one person's hands and putting it into another. The state is taking the pool of funds that already exist and is already being collected and distributes it in the manner that it sees fit. We've already seen this done with quantitative easing. We've already seen this done with the bank bailouts. We've seen this done on so many other, for so many other reasons and on so many other scopes that I don't really understand how it is that you don't have a problem with your money, quote unquote, being taken out of your pocket and going to the military-industrial complex. But all of a sudden, when it goes to redressing an historical wrong to your fellow citizens, it's a problem. I don't see how that works. It's not coming out of your pocket.
Go ahead if you wanted to say anything, Chuck, and then SBTV.
I'll let SBTV go first, I guess.
But yeah, I'm just saying. I don't think the money is really the issue. There are finite resources, okay, all over the world. There's a limited amount of fresh water. There's a limited amount of gold, and all these things we need. Money. So, citing the state theory of money here is pretty much unlimited. Okay, we can make as much as we need to suit our purposes. There are large swaths of America that are basically communities that have been totally neglected or oppressed in some way or another. And in order to remediate that, and therefore increase, like Mike was saying, the social wealth that exists here, it would be no sweat off the government's ass to do some functional finance, okay, and then credit Black people's bank accounts or have some type of program that targets that, okay, that community and get money to them, okay. It's that simple. The money will flow back, be profits, it'll be investment. People will buy houses, they'll buy cars, they'll go to school. It's not going to just disappear into the ether. We're going to get real investment. So look at it this way. Look at it as the government spending and investing into a group of people, not as this punitive, we're all going to lose. We're not. We're all going to get richer for it. That's
2.5 minutes. Go ahead, Chuck.
So I'll jump in here. So first of all, the notion that there's unlimited money to spend however we want is nonsense. The fundamental reason we have economy is about scarcity. We have scarce resources and we're figuring out how to allocate them effectively. And we don't have unlimited money to spend. You can't tax people unlimited. You can't print money unlimited. There are consequences to those things.
I never said unlimited, by the way.
Oh, okay. I apologize then. That's what I heard. I must have misheard. But I seem to be forgetting my second point here. I'm sorry. I'll just stop there.
Well, there is limits to, even if you buy into MMT, there are limits to what we can do in any particular year as far as allocating resources without different effects. Like it may cause high inflation, and we that is not necessarily a bad thing. It can be, but we need to know what the costs and benefits are and what we are doing before we do it. Even under an MMT model, we can't do unlimited. We have to be bounded by some factors.
I did remember my second point, which is the notion that if you take money and you allocate it to a certain group and they spend it and then it goes back in the economy and it's spent again and again and again, and that makes more profits than if it's not spent, is nonsense, because that's the basic Bastiat problem of looking at what is seen versus what is unseen. And if you hadn't spent that money in that particular way, then it would have been spent in another way. It could have been given to another group or spent on another good or service, or taxes could have been lowered and there's more money in people's pockets which they could spend, and you'd have the same sort of effect, just in another direction.
Cormentine, relevant, and then we're going to close it up.
I almost hate to go here because we're not talking about the implementation of reparations. We're simply talking about the study of reparations, and where we are now is a complete conjecture. Like, we have no idea what that would even look like, whether it's going to be land, whether it's going to be student loans or a check cut or a combination of all the above, whatever. But one thing I find really interesting is when people say things like, when reparations are paid, or if they're paid, that they're simply going to disappear. It's just going to go back into the hands of retailers or banks or whomever. The estimate at least the most recent estimates that I've seen is somewhere between $9 and $17 trillion. So even let's go on the high end, right? So $17 trillion, which would cost more than the Green New Deal. I don't know that a cash allocation of that amount would ever happen. But let's say that it did. That comes out to somewhere around like $500,000 per American, right? So if somebody found a $500,000 deposit into their bank account, what do they do with it immediately? So people who, like I said, their average or their median wealth in the household is just over $3,000. Well, it probably is going to go towards paying off debts. It's probably going to go towards paying off student loan debts, credit card debts, vehicle debts, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Because everybody in the community has this check. Nobody needs to support anybody else, like as often happens when, let's say, NFL players get drafted, or a new musician signs a multi-million-dollar contract. And then once these material needs have been met, they find, they rid themselves of debt. They find housing, and they're able to provide for their families. Most of the time when people have a surplus of cash and then an underabundance of things like jobs or businesses in the local economy, they'll either go get themselves educated to find themselves a job, or they're going to create a business. Like I don't see how this is going to have a net negative effect on America, regardless of how this ends up getting paid out. Because when you bring people's material conditions up to par with the remainder of America that has historically oppressed groups of color, how does that make you a weaker country? I'm curious about that one.
Relevant.
Yeah, so just to get more specifically on the question itself of should we study it, I'd be genuinely baffled at anybody's argument. I mean, unless it costs $30 trillion to study it, which it clearly won't. I'd just be absolutely baffled at anybody's argument for how we could not study it. The lack of, this just comes back to Mike's previous point, which is just his first point, which is just that it seems like there's people that are just genuinely scared of science in America. That's just study it and let's just find out what went on, what are the negative repercussions of it. Like, we don't stand to lose literally anything.
Unless anybody has anything to say, I kind of have a cupcake easy question for everybody after what some of these were. Yeah, okay, good.
Let's do it.
Yeah, what are the simplest things individuals can do to help their country and their democracy?
Get educated if you can through online resources. Some people don't have access to online resources and it sucks, but it seems like probably engaging inside of your community and being able to go and be active inside of the political scheme is probably pretty good, and reading up on your local politicians and finding out how you can get active inside of your community.
I will say that all politics is local, and if you figure out what's being done at City Hall, just about every single city hall and every municipality has an online channel that you can tune into to see the council proceedings. Start paying attention to what's happening locally, where it comes to zoning laws, where it comes to what building permits are being approved, how much money is being put into transit, how much money is being put into local education. Start getting involved in that stuff and start asking your local politicians questions. Simply holding the people that are supposed to represent you accountable for their actions is probably the best thing that you can do to create immediate improvement. And then for long-term improvement, just tune out of the news. Get off of social media for a bit.
Unless it's my channel, unless it's here, you can come here.
No.
Hey, there you go.
I'm talking mainstream. You're gonna learn stuff inside of the Twitch chats and these debates. But when I'm talking about mainstream news, tune out of that stuff for a bit. Start reading yourself some books. Talk to a professor at your local community college or university and just say, hey, listen, I'm looking to get a little bit more political knowledge. What should I start reading? Where's a good place to start? And I'm positive they're going to give you a few suggestions at least. Start doing that, and then start getting involved with your local city council and start holding your people accountable. That is the best thing you could possibly do.
Chuck.
I guess I'm going to give I'll give the lowball political answer, and I'll give a non-political. Political answer is just vote libertarian because they have the best policy. But the non-political answer is just the free market capitalism relies on voluntary trade. So whenever I buy something, it's because, or I exchange one good for another, it's because I value what I'm getting more than what I'm giving up. So when people go out and they work for a living and they exchange stuff, people are getting better and better off in the process. And free market capitalism is how people get lifted out of poverty. It's how people get their needs fulfilled. So I just have to say,
Oh, I was supposed to
buy
ask
more
you,
stuff and work more. I guess.
Chuck. I was supposed to ask you a question. Should we have driver's licenses?
Oh, well, that's a good question.
Sorry that I hijacked the whole debate, but this was like a
No,
meme,
no, no.
a meme question that somebody asked me from a
No,
libertarian
it
debate
is a
before.
meme question, and it's interesting. I don't have as big of a problem with driver's license as some other things.
How
but,
can you call yourself an anarcho-capitalist then?
No. So it's interesting because at the last Libertarian National Convention, there was a presidential debate, and the presidential candidates were asked, should we have driver's licenses? And there were like 5 people on stage, and 4 of them said hell no, and Gary Johnson said, yeah, I think we should. And then he was booed by everyone in the audience. And then
Yes,
Gary Johnson said,
libertarians
and then Gary Johnson says,
My boy.
like this is why it's hard to get elected, because you're all booing me for saying we need driver's licenses. So I guess what I would say is I have a strong distrust of the government. I don't like the way that people go to the DMV. They wait in line forever. I don't think government licenses are necessarily the way to go. But I think certainly we want to make sure that people driving on the road are competent.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It was just a meme question from somebody. Yeah, thank you. SBTV or Mike, what do you think the best things that we can do to help our country and help our democracy?
Do you want to go first, Mike?
You're muted, Mike, still, I believe.
Oh, sorry. I talked too much already. You go.
Okay.
You go.
Oh, well, whatever. Yeah. So the first thing I would do is people have to get. You can get involved locally, and all that. That's all fine. It's kind of necessary. It's the most bang for your buck. Okay, in terms of getting something done, getting little victories at the local level. That's all fine. If you want to do like the politics of the possible. But I think it's also important that people get. I mean, someone threw around the word education. I mean, I don't know if our institutions are equipped at giving people the education they need to really see what's going on, but there's a realpolitik going on here. It's realpolitik. It's Machiavellian. We have everything dressed up in some type of formal, we have a formal democracy. It's not a democracy. It's an oligarchy. People talk, we hear the siren songs about the free market or communism or something like that, but we'll have a completely planned market. Both of them make unrealistic assumptions about human beings and how they act, what really goes on in the real world. We can't afford to go in either one of those directions. We have to find a way that preserves some of the positives from all of them. People have to become skeptical, right? You have to become skeptical of government, skeptical of the CIA, skeptical of our military policies, skeptical of being afraid of each other. All the bullshit that we hear every day on TV, the curated images, the curated final products that we see. It's not real life. So people have to become more doomer, become more disillusioned with the system overall, and demand something that does not exist. That's really what it is. We have to demand something that heretofore has not been forthcoming. It's getting out of this capitalist realism. It's getting out of this end of history. It's about forging a future that is thinking globally, thinking environmentally, because there is no economic system that can overrun the environment. And then we're going to be here. We're not. It's a matter of survival. So people have to wake the fuck up, okay, to put it bluntly, and stop listening
Goodbye,
to your
YouTube
average
monetization.
mainstream politician. Okay, good. Yeah, goodbye. Oh, sorry about that.
No, I'm just kidding.
But it's time to say goodbye to the Democratic Party. It's time to say goodbye to the Republican Party. They're trash. They're garbage. And sure, you might get a guy like Bernie once in a blue moon, but he's rare. I mean, he's outstanding. Look at the past 60 years of Democrats. I mean, you got to go back to like LBJ to find a good one.
So, Mike,
Or
you've also been
somewhat
involved in
decent one.
you've been involved in politics too. What else do you think?
Well, what I would say to SBTV is that the truth is that the Democratic Party's institutions are actually really weak. And the main impediment to us getting a more responsive politics is, in some ways, our belief that it can be done. The biggest impediment we have is the failure to recognize how broad our political horizons really are. And somebody like Bernie Sanders, I would tell you to get involved immediately, because if Bernie Sanders is elected, what people thought is possible can very quickly change. I point back to the New Deal one of the most successful group of programs ever passed by our society. And it's the reason why the United States exists as a modern state. And FDR passed 13 major pieces of legislation in the first 100 days. That's what we can do. And for Bernie Sanders, what would that mean? We could have free college for all. We could cancel all student loan debt. We could have the Green New Deal passed and get on the track to a carbon-free future, preventing catastrophic climate change. We could withdraw from our pointless wars in the Middle East. We could reschedule drugs and get rid of the mindless war on drugs. So what you have is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to shift our politics in a radical new direction. I do agree with SBTV that the current status quo politics is not serving humanity and will lead to our destruction. But we have a political movement and a moment where radical politics are on the table. The ability to solve these problems is possible, but you have to take advantage of it right now. You have to get involved. And the single best way you can do that beyond getting involved in Bernie Sanders' campaign is going to the central_committee, twitch.tv central_committee, using your Twitch Prime, giving me all your bits. I'm just memeing for a second, guys.
Speaking of Twitch Primes, I will give a little bit of a shout out to a couple people here. I don't really like people to subscribe to my channel. I kind of have an ongoing dispute with Amazon. But if anybody wants to use a Twitch Prime, you can use it for SBTV, you can use it for Relevant, you can use it for Quarantine, you can use it for Chuck Moulton. Mike already shilled for himself, so he got enough people from it. But yeah, if anybody likes my stuff and you want to support like my friends or whatever, that's where I would suggest you to put the Twitch Primes if anybody wants to use any of them.
We all got to eat, man.
Hey, we do. Relevant, 30-second close up. What can you do as an individual? You know, each person 30 seconds, and then final question.
Okay, so I mean, I just go back to what I was stated before, and as Nate critiqued, because he said when I referred to get educated that our school system, our education system is like pretty lackluster, and that much is fair. I was mainly pertaining also to getting educated through many different sources that we have outside of the education system that are very, 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 very valuable. And Corman touched on this as well. It's things like reading, being able to read different opinions that are contrary to popular belief and challenge the ideas that we have inside of our current models to be able to establish whether or not you think our current models are the way to go. And I mean, I'm in agreement that many of the things that we do right now are insufficient and don't really make a lot of sense. But yeah.
Quarantine.
I would say, man, I'm not really into soaring speeches or optimism really, but no, I'm not. I'm not an optimist at all. I have like some of the worst expectations of humanity. What I will say though is that it doesn't take a heck of a lot of time to do things like talk to your coworker and just say, hey, listen, do you feel that we're getting paid fairly for the kind of work that we do here? And when you talk to one coworker and say, hey, if you don't think that we are, why don't you talk to another coworker and see what we can possibly do about that? Maybe get together at a bar outside of work hours or something and have a conversation about that. I think that like the basic means by which the working class have been able to secure more rights and privileges for themselves has been mostly annihilated in the face of this like elimination of class and condensing everything into this weird like shapeless monstrosity that we call the middle class. I think just like having conversations with your coworkers about things like, hey, listen, like I have no idea what it's like as a woman to work in this industry, right? And I know that it's got to be a little bit more difficult for you. Can you tell me about some things that I might have done, that made things a little bit more difficult for you? How can I possibly make things easier? Like having conversations about how you can help somebody else's life is going to help you generally, because I think people are by nature cooperative. We are not created or we're not set up to be competitive by nature, but this is what's been
really
done
good.
to it. Yeah, I think that if you just start having conversations with people in your local community and find ways that you can work together on even the smallest things, like, I don't know, getting a small wage increase at work can go a long way.
I know I am just a moderator, but since this is kind of like an opinion one, I can like jump in with it. I think that's really important. I try to encourage people, go out and have conversations. Talk to people that you disagree with. Do things like people are doing here tonight. Just anybody that you disagree with or have like a differing position with, maybe try to find common ground first. Maybe try to find common ground and then like go forward.
I'll even extend this out to Chuck. We disagreed a lot on this panel, but anytime that we participate in chat in general, we agree more often than not. We agree that the world is completely fucked, and we've got to do something about it. We might differ in the approach, but I think we want the same outcomes.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much going to be everything that we had, to give people how they can get involved and get active. So yeah, I was thinking of doing the final question. I'm not taking anybody off. I think that we're all having a good time. If everybody's cool with staying, final question.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So I was thinking that Bastier and Lectrefan might have been here. I actually thought about doing this one first potentially. So I'm just going to say it the way that I had it written before. I believe some people on the panel are ardent Trump supporters and some that heavily critique. I would like to hear from each person one policy, or more if you have them, of President Trump's that you agree with. After that, I'm imagining that some people would like to critique further and further. So what are the actual critiques of President Trump and his policies, aside from just the simple orange man bad? Because a lot of times I hear people say that they don't like this about Trump, they don't like that about Trump. What are the actual critiques that people do not like with Trump policies?
That is after the first question of being.
If you can name one that you like and a thing of his that you have thought is okay, I'd like to kind of start with that. Like I said, try to get common ground first and then go into the critique.
Well, I didn't do too extensive research on it, but I believe his prison reform situation was pretty good, if I remember correctly. It caused a if I remember correctly, it retroactively reduced sentences on people who had possession of a certain substance, drug, on instances of individuals that had committed drug crimes, whether it be possession or what have you. It was retroactively reduced their sentences based on which drugs were categorized as being worse or better. I believe it made the distinction between crack and powder cocaine as being one of them. And that obviously disproportionately affected the African-American community because it was seen as literally predatory, that they were seen as the same thing when in reality they are two different things. And I believe that helped them, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong. I mean, does anybody else know what I'm talking about? Can somebody contest that statement?
Yeah, the prison reform that just got pushed through. What was it, 3 months ago or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Pretty recently. Yeah. And God, Kim Kardashian claimed credit on it, but then so did what's his face? Dude that was in the Obama administration and ended up getting canned. Black dude. Come on now.
Van Jones?
No. Yeah, Van Jones. Yeah, he was actually a part of that as well. So it might have been a win in his column, and it might be a way for him to say, well, you know what, the Democrats, they were in power for several years and they never pushed through prison reform, but I got it done, folks. I got prison reform done. I've done so much for the black community. And fine, but it's still a win in his column that the 3 previous administrations wanted no part of. So hats off to him.
Chuck. So could I jump in here? Well, so first of all, on criminal justice reform, I do want to give a shout out to the Koch brothers who put a lot of money into campaigning for that criminal justice reform. The Koch brothers are actually libertarian and not conservative, and they were a big backer of criminal justice reform and got a lot of Republicans on the side of that. But what I think the Trump administration has done best is deregulation. So there's been a lot of deregulation of the various Trump administrative agencies. His justices he's appointed to the Supreme Court and to lower courts have been a bit of a mixed bag. I like that they're generally for smaller government and federalism, but they also seem to be in favor of a strong executive branch, unfortunately. But what I don't like about the Trump administration has been the trade war with China and his battling against immigrants. I'm for free trade and open borders immigration, and I think it's doing much harm to the economy with the tariffs.
Mike.
I'm gonna give an earnest boy answer to this because as a son of the Rust Belt, the opioid crisis is totally out of control, and he's made some gestures in providing more assistance for it. That's about as good as I can do. Honestly, he pretty much fucking sucks, and he might be one of the worst presidents we've ever had, except for the last Republican president.
Okay, yeah, cool. Nate.
So we're doing pros and cons?
Pros first, and then we can get into the critiques.
Well,
Mike went a little bit into the critique quickly, but that's no problem.
Well, I guess I'll just keep it to the pros, I guess, for organization. my pros are through the negativity of the philosophical negativity. So like Trump did not start any major land invasions in any other places in the world, right? Like we haven't started any
Not
new
yet.
mass abortion. Well, yet. That's right. So it's more about the things he didn't do and the people that he isn't. Like I'm glad Hillary isn't in there, but I mean Trump's really not that much better. I don't see. Well, see, another good thing. Didn't he do something with hospitals? Like they had to tell you their prices or something, or
He was trying to propose that you would know what you were going to pay before you got treatment and surprise medical billing. I think he might have gotten it passed also.
Yeah, I don't mind him talking to Kim Jong Un or whatever bullshit meeting that's all about.
Okay, so we got those parts out of the way. So who wants to lob their critiques at actual like policy or his actual like positions or ideas? Knock yourselves out. This is like the time where if you want to have a soapbox.
Where do you even want to start with that? Like,
hey, this is why I'm not on there. I'm just here.
Okay. I just, this is actually not necessarily a critique. It's just he's stripped bare the nature of neoliberal, capitalist, white supremacist empire in America. Like everything that has typified the underbelly, like the unspoken about effects of America's hegemony, Donald Trump has basically put a face to it. And as much as the Democrats want to pretend that he is an anomaly, that, once Donald Trump is removed, or if he's, once he's voted out of office, that, America can return to normal. And I think more people now than ever understand that what the Trump administration represents is essentially normal for America. And I think that's why you're seeing somebody like Bernie Sanders polling as high as he is, even though he's like, always neck and neck with Elizabeth Warren. I think that once Joe Biden flames out, like he's totally going to sundown
He's
before
flaming out as we are.
Yeah. It's like before Super Tuesday even arrives, he will have completely sunned down, and then we're actually going to have a race. And I think that what Donald Trump has done has accelerated people's understanding of the worst aspects of America and understand that we can't continue as per normal. Like, we can't go back to the Barack Obama administration. We can't go back to the George Bush administration, because that would simply be a continuance of what Trump has already accelerated. So, hats off to him, I guess.
Yeah, anybody else?
Anybody want to talk before I start going?
Well, yeah, I guess I've been real fast. I guess my criticisms are what he should be rising to do. But then again, this isn't necessarily only because he is just a president. So like his presence is more felt with appointing like Supreme Court justices, right? Like America needs a massive amount of investment in terms of infrastructure, okay, in terms of planning for the future. And I don't know if any president could get that done with the way our political system works. But I would say that there are huge issues on that level that he hasn't been able to really address, which are in dire need. So I would say everything you can think of, from education reform to infrastructure to what do you call it? Medicare for all. To, I mean, these types of major systems that we need in America, we've been needing them for the past 50 years. Like, he hasn't really contributed to bringing them about in any way. So that would be one thing I would hold against him. Although I could probably argue the same thing for Barack Obama and stuff too. So yeah, that's my tiny little criticism here. I'll let you go now.
Do you want to go, Mike?
No, go ahead.
Okay. As far as I'm not even too sure if my biggest issue with Donald Trump has been his policy as much as it has been his rhetoric and his philosophy about how he's running the country and he's mobilizing the voter base. It seems like he's mobilized a lot of people to do a lot of terrible things. Like, his policy is shit, but like excuse me, I forgot about the monetization.
Fuck, I don't care. Fuck, it's okay.
Okay.
I was joking before. Yeah.
Oh, okay, right on. His policy, I would critique it, but he's mobilizing a group of people to do things that, like, he's enabling a lot of terrible behavior in white nationalist communities and trying to, in my opinion, espousing hateful rhetoric that enables that kind of activity and incentivizes it and shows that to the whole world that we're somewhat even accepting of that inside of America. And that's just terrible. And also the way that it's in my opinion, tried his absolute best to undermine every single institution he can get his hands on, and trying to instill every single put us closer and closer towards a more authoritarian government than a more democratic government, right? Trying to instill every single power that he can and leverage every single aspect of his political power that he can. And it's just, in my opinion, like, I don't know. I hate authoritarianism. I think truly that we do need to establish a better democracy, a more secure democracy, and he's just done everything the opposite.
Have fun, Mike.
All right, so I'd say the biggest problem with Trump is first, he's destroyed America's standing in the world by unwinding the Iran nuclear deal, which was one of the most successful international diplomatic treaties of the last 20 years, by solving a crisis, avoiding war, and it had the buy-in of Russia, China, the European Union, and the United States. So he destroyed the Iran nuclear deal. So now the United States is very constrained in foreign policy, because even if, say, Bernie Sanders gets elected and he goes and tries to negotiate deals, countries that are our counterparties are going to say to him and say, what do we know? How do we know that a crazy person won't be elected in 8 years, which does all these agreements you're making? Why should we trust the United States? And I think it's going to be very difficult to get that back. Then you have the fact that we have concentration camps on the border where he's trying to change our immigration policy to be explicitly white nationalist. And he's begun a ethnic cleansing that includes arresting American citizens on the presumption that because they're Black and brown, they are maybe not American citizens. And it's now incumbent upon every brown person within 100 miles of the U.S. border to prove their citizenship. And that's a constant invasion in rights. How about the fact that he cut corporate taxes on the wealthiest which caused a massive deficit while we were in. So basically, he has increased and accelerated the transfer of wealth to the top. And his corporate tax cut that he gave to the largest corporations, they promised would result in job growth. And instead, all it was an orgy of stock buybacks when we're already at the peak of a 10-year bull market. What do you think is going to happen with all that sugar rush cash? It's going to result in demolishment of equity value when we finally go into a recession, which seems to be rapidly approaching. How about what's the next thing that he did that's fucked up? His EPA, he appointed a coal lobbyist, Andrew Wheeler, as the administrator of the EPA, who immediately began unwinding coal regulations. For example, they can dump spent coal ash into streams and ponds. So hope you don't live near a coal plant because you might be getting poisoned. He basically, I could go on.
Yeah,
and
that's
on
a good start.
That's
Chuck,
the point is,
yeah, Chuck, what are you
he's
thinking?
a fucking disaster.
So go ahead, Chuck.
And this is why I said, where do you want us to start?
Well, I did want Lecture Fan and Bastier to be here for this, but it's okay. So go ahead, Chuck.
I had already stated what I thought was worst about Trump's policy, which is the tariffs.
Okay.
Because I believe in free trade, and the tariffs are harming the economy dramatically. And his immigration restrictionism and outright racist policies. I believe in open borders, and that's really the best way to lift people out of poverty all around the world, is to let them migrate to where they can get higher wages. But I do want to say that was it Central Committee who spoke last? I forget. Whoever spoke last reminded me of another good thing that Trump did, which was the Trump tax cuts. So that's one other silver lining in his many bad policies.
Yeah, it's like 1929. It's looking good.
Does anybody want to ask Chuck any questions about his open border idea or position?
Oh, you're talking to a bunch of like lefties at this point.
This
Why
is
are
fair.
we going to complain?
Yeah, this is
Whoa. Actually,
open
I
borders.
do have a question about that, because I'm not in favor of open borders. As a matter of fact, I think that respecting, especially indigenous sovereignty, is at complete odds with the idea of open
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I as a matter of fact, I would say that like any good socialist would very heavily be opposed to open borders, as it were. I think that human mobility should be close to as available as the mobility of capital, but I don't know that means eliminating borders altogether. So I guess I do have a question for you, Chuck. How do you figure that works for developing countries that are at the whim? Like already at the whim of multinationals that have turned them into mono economies. Once their natural resources dry up and then people end up migrating out. How do they maintain their sovereignty?
Well, when you say sovereignty, I mean I believe in individual sovereignty rather than government sovereignty. So
Okay.
I think individuals should be able to seek a better way of life, and the way it would work in practice is you're not going to have 5 billion people move to the U.S. Because as people move to the U.S., there would the opportunities available for each new person coming in would decrease, and the opportunities for each person left behind would increase because there'd be more property. So land values would rise in the exiting country. So you're right that traditionally socialists have been against open borders, and usually that's because they want to keep people inside the country rather than preventing people from migrating into. They want to prevent people from migrating out, but that has been the case in historically in socialist countries.
Well, the thing is, let's say that the people who know how to farm have left the country because the current system we have has been designed to farm the resources to complete exhaustion, right? So that happens, and then people leave, or that all of the precious metals have been dug up out of the ground. So that happens, and all the engineers, and all of the senior managers and all the people who are educated enough to leave once those resources dry up, well, they have left. You talk about like the remaining land and the ability to develop growing, but that would only happen once the natural resources of these countries have been depleted out of this mono economy that was created. So then what you have left behind is, I don't know, the non-arable desert. How does that work out for them?
Well, first of all, I think a lot of resources are renewable and not just exhaustible. I mean, you're right that minerals are exhaustible, but
soil is
farming,
not renewable. Soil is not renewable. Soil erosion is a thing that happens.
Soil is renewable. With
massive investment,
bad farming methods,
with massive investment into it, like Burkina Faso had to do that. They had to combat soil erosion, right? By ripping up roads, by planting train tracks, and by turning over the soil on it, like as a national program, and that required people to stay in Burkina Faso and do that. Right, but under French colonialism, they were about to be farmed out to exhaustion. So how do you avoid that happening in these developing countries?
I mean, in developing countries specifically, and countries in general, when you have a strong property rights regime, people have a reason to farm their soil better. They have a long-term interest in it. If people don't have ownership of their land, then they will farm it to exhaustion, or they'll have no incentive to farm it well. So property rights can definitely help with that. But yeah, I would like to see migration both to the U.S. and out of the U.S. If there is a lot of land that no one is using, then that's an opportunity for entrepreneurs to go and make use of that. So I don't really see the problem that you're stating.
Okay, so here's one problem that I have with that, and that's the libertarian ethos basically proposes that everything in the world is commoditizable. Everything has a value that can be placed on it, and I fundamentally do not believe that. And whether you want to call me, wonky or spiritual or whatever, I believe that people have a connection to their land. I'm not talking about blood and Boden. I'm talking about when people were kidnapped to Caribbean plantations and then worked literally to death. You want to know what it is that we believed? We believed that our souls were going to return back to our homeland. And that's where the mythos of the zombie comes from, is because there was a fundamental, like a primal fear that not only could you be worked to death, but then your soul would be trapped on soil that was foreign to you, and then you would be worked beyond death. So I think that people, and if you speak to indigenous peoples just about anywhere in the world, they will tell you that people have a connection to the land upon in which they were born. Not only do we take from the land, we contribute back to the land. And I don't understand where this idea comes from that A, you can put a value on all things that are commoditizable, and that and then B, that trafficking between one country and another has no net effect whatsoever, except for who's able to produce, who's able to mine natural resources and then become part of the professional class. I just don't see that.
Hey, can I say something?
You can.
All right. The thing about open borders is
I'm going to get a drink for myself, everybody, so please have a good time.
Yeah, as a theoretical process. Like, the truth is most people want to stay where they are from because that's where their social relations are. The myth that each one of us are atomized individuals that could shift around a fluid global economy wherever wages are highest is really just a ridiculous fiction. Think about it yourself. Think about the pain of moving an apartment across town, let alone moving to a country where you don't know the language, you don't have any family connections. That would be an insanely risky thing to do and very difficult. And the fact that it happens at all is due to the incredible inequality of wealth in the world. I think open borders, in the sense that our anarcho-capitalist is referring to, is what he wants is a continually renewable underclass that could be exploited and will have no.
No, I don't. I mean that now you've put in words in my mouth, and you're assigning motives. What
Fair enough.
I agree with both of you that there are a lot of people who would choose not to move. I'm not forcing people to move from one country to another. I want to give people the opportunity to move if they want. That's it. And there have been studies on what would happen if every country in the world implemented open borders, and the estimate is that GDP would double, because global GDP would double, because there are a lot of people who are just farmers toiling in the soil when they could be professors inventing new things. They could be doctors, they could be lawyers. There are people who are not making best use of their God-given talents because they live in a bad economy and they live in a country with a poor government.
And I will argue.
Individuals an opportunity to have a better life.
I will argue to you that they got that way in the first place because of a quote-unquote open borders policy that only, really, qualified for particular groups, i.e., the countries that colonized them. Right. So I don't have the optimism to believe that if we institute a policy that already impoverished the global South all over again, but with good intentions, that this is how going to work out. I just don't see that.
I mean, it's kind of like a ridiculous idea in the sense that it would actually work. The truth is that, like, the United States, our illegal immigration problem is the Koch brothers in the far right, the corporate right that control much of our government, like the fact that there's an underclass that has no recourse to our laws, that can't go to a job safety inspector or complain if their wages are stolen. That's why wage theft is 5 times as large as all robbery, all larceny, and all embezzlement, because employers are the biggest thieves in our society. And so the idea that open borders will be used for the benefit of labor and humanity in general is just laughable.
That happens because people are afraid to get recourse because they'll be thrown out of the country. They'll be deported because our laws make them, quote, illegals. If it's legal to cross borders and work wherever you want, then people will have recourse against the injustices that you're talking about.
Well, as long as we have a very strong state with robust regulations, that sounds good. And on second thought, you're starting to persuade me, because if people can come here and we can register them right away as Democratic voters, and we can persuade them that possibly they could vote and we could redistribute some of the wealth, you know what? I think the libertarian is starting
The other thing I want to take issue with is the idea that open borders doesn't work and has never worked. We had open borders in the U.S. up until immigration law in, I believe it was like 1919. Anyone could come to the U.S., and that's when we experienced our highest growth rates as a country.
Mike, I'm going to need you to get your hand out of my pocket if we're going to continue with this conversation.
Hey, man, I'm sorry, but I got to do what I got to do.
Yeah,
power is what power does.
That was kind of everything that I wanted to talk about. If people want to stay and hang around and continue the conversation, we can take a couple questions from chat. Mike, if you need to get back to your stream and dip out of here, if anybody else needs to dip out, I'm kind of going to hang around and chat.
I might wander around, like get a drink and whatnot.
Oh yeah, of course. I have streamed now for 12 hours and 18 minutes so far today.
Holy God, why?
Making hype. Yeah, trying to get people to come here for this and making sure that everybody knew.
Oh, by the way, I don't know. I was just playing around with random arguments on the open border stuff. Obviously, I went comprehensive immigration reform. No human is illegal. I'm just playing around. I'm having fun at this point. I've been streaming myself.
Yeah, you started like 3 today, so you're at 8 hours. No,
I
you
am
started at
at
4 today. You're at 7 hours and 45 minutes.
yeah, I'm at like 7 hours 45 minutes. So, I'm a little tired. I'm at like 50%. That's what you've been boxing with. I'm at 50%.
Yeah. Well, I have I
um,
have some SoCo to finish. My work is done for the day. Saturdays are kind of like my day to relax. So.
Although, and Chuck, I just want to point out that I'm pretty sure that the first immigration law in the U.S. was like 15 or 20 years after the end of the Civil War. I'm pretty sure.
It was the Chinese Exclusion Act.
No, I think there was a law preventing people from moving in from particular countries. It wasn't just China. I think it was like African countries as well. But I'll have to go double check that.
I might have the exact date wrong, but
Okay.
I can tell you there was a long period of open
Yeah,
borders.
Bastia can come back on.
And when there were immigration restrictions in place, the history is overwhelmingly racist. That the laws just targeted specific groups because the ruling class didn't like them.
And now we're agreeing again. How about that?
Yeah, the real question is why are these people why are people leaving countries, right? It's their governments are either corrupt. I mean, look at Central America. You essentially still have the hacienda plantation system still operating like they've always been for hundreds of years. Although the people are now legally free, you're essentially stuck on here. Whether it's harvesting bananas or whatever the fuck. All right, so what happens when the first people who will be able to move in an open border type of situation are going to be people with the resources. They'll always be one step ahead. They'll be moving to whatever country has the most beneficial benefits, money and all that stuff. So what are the poor people going to do? I mean, they're going to have to go through a dangerous trek just to maybe have a chance to be exploited in a new country. Why isn't the argument more on, okay, let's strengthen those governments and regulations down there. Let's actually support real democratic regimes instead of strongmen.
It would strengthen the governments, though. You would have more competition among governments when people are free to move from to an.
But what I'm saying is like that's assuming that there's going to be some type of like equilibrium that'll eventually happen all over the world, where essentially you have like one global minimum wage or something very low. I mean, I don't really see how that would happen. I don't really see it happening now when there are borders. Even if it was borderless, I'm just saying like you're just gonna have brain drains and then eventually labor drains. You're gonna have some countries that are partially abandoned where there's nothing working and just gonna leave millions of people behind there because not everyone's gonna be able to move.
So I do have a question then to Nate or to anybody else. The United States has a history of trying to intervene in foreign countries, whether it's through military intervention or foreign aid, et cetera, et cetera. How do we actually go about helping foreign countries when our track record over the past multiple decades kind of shows that we're unable to actually help governments?
Well, the first thing to do is to stop funding right-wing paramilitary death squads. That's where we start.
That's a good idea.
The second thing would be to just not try to overthrow any regimes at all or influence one like that. And the third thing would be is to try to provide any kind of technical assistance people might need without bankrupting them with IMF loans or World Bank loans.
Thank you, Anonymous.
We will let people, engineers go down there to provide technical assistance, to train people, whatever. We can use a peace type program to help countries instead of, exploitative structural adjustment programs or military interventions or CIA coups. We don't need any of that. We could actually just do some pro bono work.
Sorry, I'm doing something in the background. Go ahead, guys.
I have nothing to add to that whatsoever.
Same. Yeah.
And I would also say that canceling IMF loans for just about every country in the global south would be a huge start.
Yeah, we are trying to get Bastia to come back if he wants to. Go ahead.
I think that if there, we talk about corrupt dictatorships being responsible for why some of these developing countries are in such heavy debt, when that's absolutely not the case. A lot of these countries have been carrying that debt since decolonization. That is, a colonializing country left them, and this applies to Somalia. It applies to just about all of the Caribbean. It applies to West Africa. Like, there are so many spaces in the world that after decolonization carried the debts of their colonizers. In the case of like Haiti, for example, maybe they didn't carry the debts of their colonizers, but then they had to pay a massive amount of money to free themselves. Like, they had to recoup France for the money that France claims was lost because they lost property. And what was the property? Themselves. I think that canceling these debts is just the simple moral thing to do, because these were not debts that were incurred for the most part by the people that were freed.
Irrelevant. You've been
Well,
quiet
that-
over the
that-
last couple minutes. What are you
that-
thinking about? And go. Well, Chuck, you go first, and then Irrelevant.
Oh, I was going to throw in a completely different topic,
That's completely
along
fine.
the same vein, which would be repudiation of the debt. So you're talking about canceling IMF, why not just cancel all government debt in the U.S., which obviously would be catastrophic for some pensions and people who relied on it. But I mean, that's essentially all stolen money to begin with. So I think there's a good argument for repudiating the U.S. debt, and then hopefully less people would lend money to the U.S. in the future, and we would have an added default risk added to any future loans if anyone would loan money to us. I think it'd be great.
Before we keep continuing, I just wanted to thank everybody. Mike, Relevant, Bastier, Electrofan, Cormentine, SBTV _ Chuck Moulton. Thank you everybody for coming in tonight. I've had a good time with it so far. Mike, you did a lot of help bringing in a big audience, so I thank all of us, Little Fish, appreciate that. But everybody with the audience that you brought into, I'm very thankful for it. Relevant, what have you been wanting to chime in with?
No, I've just been. I mean, for the most part, I mean, on many of these topics, I'm just in complete agreement with many of the other left-wing people here.
Yeah, where are we gonna find more conservative people?
Okay, can I say one thing about this? First of all, I love our libertarian buddy. He's great. Thank you for sticking it out. Much appreciated. I'm sad that the other guy thought it was some deep state conspiracy that you didn't put me in the vote. Next time, just put me in the vote. My chat will probably vote against me. It's fine. Like,
Yeah, I didn't really think I was doing like anything wrong, just leaving you out of the vote. I was like, why have this person in there? I guess theoretically, like you could pull votes from the other lefties, so technically you could have like taken. So I do admit that I might have made a mistake. I can.
Well, no. I don't know. I don't know if it's the right answer. I mean, I think from a purely like capitalist point of view, keeping me around, even if it's just like unfair, is good for the number of viewers, right?
Hey,
like,
listen, I'm not a fool. I'm not
like,
stupid.
What the fuck is he doing? By the way, I want to thank all the other guys on the stream. You guys are really fun to talk to. Everybody should check them out. Seriously. Everybody here has, even Bastiat. Thanks, buddy. He did a great job. I felt like, I didn't mean to dominate because I'm really long-winded, but like Cormentine, he's been on my stream. He's great. All Relevant. I think the very first serious stream I did was with All Relevant. He's awesome. SBTV. I think yesterday I watched a really great interview you did with Professor Kern. Steve Keen. Thank you. All of these guys put out quality content, so it would be nice if you could spread the love to everybody. And obviously, touring news. What can I say? Thanks for inviting me, buddy.
Yeah, thanks for doing this touring news. It was a blast.
Oh yeah, no problem. Hey, it's good for me too.
Can I just say one thing, and that's that Bastiat, you are a well-dressed individual,
right?
Well, thank you.
Like
Thank you very much.
Like your gates over there looks like it smells of old mahogany. And good credit.
That's exactly what I smell. I'm trying to convey good credit and good mahogany.
Did I lose the stream? Did I lose my stream?
No, you're still there.
I don't know why I'm getting the F's in the chat. I'm such a boomer.
Maybe something happened with your stream, but not with ours. I don't know. Maybe
yeah, you lost your stream, my guy. Yeah, it says
work on that.
You're currently.
Yeah, work on that. Try to get yours back up.
Oh,
hey, you didn't, Bestia, you didn't have to raid my channel again, but thank you very much for the raid. You could have kept like your stuff.
I was gonna, but being a boomer myself,
you were having a hard time with the camera problem.
I can't do the camera on both.
Yeah, I get it.
Like, so I'm running all this off a laptop. I really need to upgrade one of these days.
Hey, I am on a laptop too, man. I run all of this stuff off a laptop myself, so it can be done. Yeah, everybody from chat can type questions in. I'm probably going to selectively like pick a two. And anybody that's here, you can leave anytime that you want to. Anytime that you want to go, anytime you want to get yourself done. If you don't think that I've been like shouting your channels out enough, I have been trying to type guests as much as possible. So I hope everybody kind of gets like a couple follows. And I am just waiting for like a question or two to come in from chat. And good luck to you, Mike, about getting yours back running again.
I mean, my internet's fine. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I've stayed connected on Discord. Who the fuck knows with Twitch, right?
Yeah, did you close down your Streamlabs and bring it back up?
Yeah, I am. But now I have to. All right, cool. Hold on. It's gone.
Bastier, how would you tackle climate change? We were talking a little bit about Bernie Sanders' Green New Deal before. What would your thoughts be on that one?
Well, I haven't read much about his Green New Deal yet, but what I will say is that
it's been out for 24 hours, you lazy son of a bitch.
I know, right? Well, what I work in.
Hey, wait! I'm gonna push back, Mike. You're lazy too because you didn't read the whole thing on your stream yesterday. You selectively. I read the whole thing today. I did stream for 12 hours, but I did read the entire thing today. So this one is not the lazy one right here. But yeah,
I look forward to checking it out. Like, I work in energy, actually. I work in competitive energy markets, and one of the things that I work on is trying to kind of spread the gospel of Texas-style competitive electricity markets, which have promoted renewable energy in major fashion. Right, it's a real conservative state, yet it's got, I think, the most renewable energy outside of California. Right, so it's a success story in its own way. And so that's kind of my background on it. I'd like to check out the Green New Deal, but I guess generally I'm against centralized planning. I don't know, though, what Bernie's deal is, and I'd have to check it out.
A follow-up question to that one. Do you think that at times centralized planning can become necessary because
I think we're
of
back,
prior
right?
problems?
Everybody. Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about, like,
you are back.
Yeah, if you've got a situation where you really do have 10 years or else the world is doomed, then yeah, I mean, I guess the problem is getting folks to agree on that. And one of the things I'd say is I don't know I don't know if how much public support you can sustain if you have to suffer a big change in living standards, a big hike in your electricity bills, for example. So I don't know. I'd like to read it before I say too much more. But
fine.
The one thing I would say is that centralized planning is great for doing a lot of things that need to be done real quickly, real big, like winning wars. Right? Central planned war, hey, that works. At least big wars, like
You're
world
pretty
wars
much.
and
By the
such.
way,
But,
Boston, not to interrupt you, but you're pretty much giving up the whole thing.
What do you mean?
Say that because a war economy is all aspects of the economy. And if you shift to central planning for a war, which is an existential threat, right? You're kind of saying that's the most efficient way to do it, right?
Well, if you're talking about something that maybe lasts for a few years, like a war, then maybe you can do something like that without wrecking the whole economy. But
what war are you currently engaged in that's only been around for a few years?
I'm talking about, like, with the world wars that lasted 3 or 4 years, not the current wars that we have now that are very different. They're much smaller and they last for a much longer period of time, though, and it's a whole different ball of wax. But the thing with climate change is addressing that would take a lot longer, and so I don't know that it's the same comparison. So
before we keep going on in the conversation, Bastier, I wanted to invite you formally on to the next time that I do one of these. I felt bad that you got eliminated a little bit early, and I would like if you could come back.
Can I ask one question?
I accept the judgments of the free market of your voters.
What's on your mind, Mike?
Can I ask a question? How many topics did we cover before you did the first vote?
Maybe 2. I think that all that we spoke about was the Middle East, and what else did we even talk about first? It was something to do with foreign policy. NATO. Yeah, NATO in the Middle East.
Oh, Bastia, how would you describe your political leanings? I went over to your channel and I didn't get your summary. Didn't really reveal much.
I'm still working on the wording, but thanks to Kirschmo, the tag I'm going right now is a neoliberal social democrat.
What?
Yeah. Well, because I think that capitalism.
Why do people think neoliberal means social democrat?
No. Neoliberal social democrat, as in capitalism and individual freedom are the highest priorities, but you need that strong social safety net in order to make them.
Okay, I'll tell you what you are.
Issue of
that's just a liberal.
Okay, some people will call that a liberal. There's another thing that's thrown around, which is libertarian. Libertarian.
That's the new one.
Yeah. There's no such thing as a neoliberal social democrat. They're opposed. Jesus fucking Christ. Why do people on Twitch think that they're the same thing? They're not the same fucking thing.
Can you explain libertarianism?
I'm not saying they're the same thing, but you can have elements of both, I suppose. But yeah, I'm curious to find out what I am.
I mean,
God, by the way, everybody. Okay, we did all of the professional, planned out content. So now this is kind of just like a shooting the shit session between a couple people. But yeah,
I want to jump in real quick to say
of course,
I got to take off because I want to eat before everything closes. But
Okay,
thank
make
you
sure.
for
Well,
having
no,
me on.
before you leave, talk about yourself. No. You got to do a better. You got to do a better outro. Tell people about your
Plug
channel. Tell
yourself
people.
better. I
Yes,
thought you were a
right.
capitalist.
Exactly. Make sure this one's really good.
I mean, I could give the same intro as before. I mean, I'm really into politics. I want to start more politics streaming, but so far I've only streamed games. So I'm hoping to start up some political streams. Follow me if you want to see them in the future. Thanks so much for having me on.
It's been great, Chuck.
What? Wait, before you go, what games?
Okay, and actually, I'm just going to do better. Stop. Hang on. Stop a minute. Stop. Okay. So, hey, nice to see you all. I am Chuck Moulton. I am a libertarian that streams a lot. I've been involved in politics. I've been involved with campaigning. I've been involved with organizing. I've been involved with creating the Facebook group. I play a lot of chess. I play a lot of Bughouse. And I'd really like if you wanted to come and check out my channel sometime. You can find me at twitch.tv/Chuck Moulton. And what is Bughouse? Bughouse is it's a chess game between two people where you actively engage on two different boards.
Between four people, it's actually. Bughouse is like a chess variant with four people in teams of two. But anyway, thank you so much for the kind, better promotion than I did. I really appreciate it. I hope I can come on a future show too. Thanks very much. Hope everyone has a great night.
Hero of free markets.
Twitch.tv/Chuck Moulton. Have a good night.
I'm gonna raise the minimum wage, Chuck.
Oh, no raising the minimum wage while I'm gone. Let's all agree to that, okay?
Wow. Have a good night. Thank you.
Closing the borders. Closing the borders, Chuck. It's gonna be great. We're building a wall.
Thank you. Okay, so
it's gonna be so beautiful.
One person says a neoliberal social democrat can exist. A neoliberal believes in the free market, non-intervention in economy. The social democrat position would be someone who allows the free market to exist.
That's the opposite of social democrat. They believe in intervention. It's outgrowth of the labor movement. It's like what you're contradicting yourself.
I only want so much intervention, I suppose, to make the neoliberalism last into the long term. I recognize that as inequality increases, it makes a system unsustainable and susceptible to destruction eventually by some kind of authoritarian populists, right? So I want enough to keep some kind of basic guarantees, to keep people feeling like they got skin in the game, to keep the system going.
Bastiat, have you read the Brad DeLong article?
No, I haven't. Where
I'll send it to you. But basically, he's a neoliberal. I think he was like assistant treasury secretary, and he probably agrees with you on a lot of things. And his political advice to neoliberals like yourself is, I quote, "They need to pass the baton to the left," and that you as a political movement are pretty much defunct.
I don't know about that. I mean, capitalism remains strong, even though it's under question. And
hold on, let me grab the article for you.
Go ahead. SBTV, Quarantine, or Relevant. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I will say everyone's a capitalist, everyone's a neoliberal, everyone's for the market until the shit hits the fan. Some guys who would tell you about the greatness of the free market would be Alan Greenspan, Ben Bernanke, Hank Paulson, Tim Geithner. And the minute there's a fucking problem, they're on the phone with the president asking for help. That's how real. This is what really goes on. Okay. The government, whether you're talking about China or America, they pick the winners and the losers. Markets are an illusion. They are socially created. They are products of
okay. So now that I'm technically not a moderator anymore, I 100% agree with SPTV right here. The markets have not been free for, since I've been born. So I don't know how people believe in this.
You can't have a market without a government. It requires it.
So now that we're on this
topic, you can still
topic,
aspire to freer markets. You can still aspire.
Yes,
to
but there's a very big difference between freer and free. That's like you're in baseball with no steroids, or you're in baseball with steroids. Like
look, you can try and minimize the number of steroids in baseball. I mean, you're right. You can't get rid of them completely. The incentives are too great, but you can try.
I'm realizing sometimes I want to be a participant on these.
You're a good participant. I enjoy it.
Being somebody who is very interested in history and philosophy myself, I find it amazing that you can take on this label. And it's like, have you guys read? I'm pretty sure like most people in here have read Mark Fisher's Capitalist Realism.
Everyone should.
Yeah, and it's not only are the limits of capitalism not fixed by fiat, but the limits of language are not fixed by fiat. Like they're defined, as it says in the book, pragmatically and improvisationally. That makes the word social democrat very much like the thing in John Carpenter's film of the same name. That is, it is a monstrously and infinitely plastic entity capable of absorbing anything of which it comes into contact. Meaning that if the name social democrat gets touched by neoliberalism, suddenly social democracy is also neoliberal. I find that absolutely amazing.
But yeah, I mean, I think since 2008, 2009, around there, the religion is dead. The religion of this free market, the neoliberal gods, it's done. So now we have a superstructure without a god. Okay, it's up for grabs now. America is not going to have a crazy recession, and our free market here is done for. It's done. We're gonna
I
have
don't think
it's gonna be
I do-
Japan style. It's gonna be Japan. We're gonna have
Christianity.
no
Go
growth for the
ahead,
next
quick,
30 years.
Bossier, but then I have
Christianity
to jump in.
having no, sure. Sorry to. I think Christianity may be undergoing a reformation right now, but it's far from dead.
Okay, so
I'm not
somebody.
talking about Christianity. I'm talking about neoliberalism.
No, it's a metaphor. You know?
Okay.
Okay, so somebody in chat asked, can you have everyone define what socialism means? I feel like the word was thrown around a lot, but no one really understood it. So if anybody wants to take a stab, go ahead.
I could take a stab at it. Socialism, at least in my eyes, and the way that it's been represented to me whenever somebody's had a conversation with me, seems to be the democratizing of the workplace and also the democratizing, to some degree, of the political system with which the people live in. So as many aspects as you can, democratizing as much of it as physically possible outside of something like anarchism, which would seek to go as completely above and beyond every single aspect that you physically can democratize in order to avoid unjust hierarchies. So what you would have is equal equity amongst the workers that work inside of a company. You would also have or the voting power amongst the workers within that company. On top of that, you would have massive decent social safety nets, at least the ones that you see, for instance, out of Scandinavian countries. So basically, imagine Scandinavian countries, but every single worker has viable voting power when it comes to the decisions made in the company and equal equity. That's how I would see it described.
Where's the requirement for? Yeah, where does the requirement for democracy come from in that? I mean, why is that essential to the practice of socialism? It doesn't seem like democracy is required to have central planning, equality. I don't know what does all socialism have democracy as a component, or is that only say democratic socialism?
So like, yeah, to my knowledge, democratic socialism and socialism, at least how most people define it, are interchangeable. The socialism, the reason why it requires a democratic element is otherwise people feel as though the aspect, because one of the core tenets, I believe, of socialism is the idea that if I labor, I ought to have the viability to say where that labor, the equity of that labor goes.
Sorry, I'm giggling so much. Mike, are you drinking too?
No, Mike's channel is having a dance over David Koch being dead, and he's dancing along with him.
Okay,
Sick fuck.
Okay, moving on. Back to our relevant. Go ahead. Back to our relevant.
And well, I'm sorry. I just the crab music. The clip is just too good. I am cursed with my white milky skin, but sometimes the beat touches me.
Oh wait, so not only do you plan on stealing our ass cheeks, but you want to steal our dance moves too under your.
I wouldn't worry about the latter. Okay? I wouldn't worry about.
Fuck out of here, Mike.
Somebody did ask us: are members of the call willing to enlist in the military to enforce environmental regulations upon the rest of the world if said countries refuse to follow through?
I love this question much.
That's a fun one.
And yes. The fact of the matter, okay, just allow me to just go through with this. If we aren't going to fucking exist because we're all going to die to the environmental problems, I'm not saying that necessarily right now, but if it gets to the point where we're all going to die if we don't do it, I see literally no reason to not go down fighting. Excuse me. Like,
I mean, obviously, if the question is, will you fight against an existential threat? Of course, the answer is yes. But I want to challenge the premise of the question, because I do think that there is the rationality of any climate policy, which the technique of trying to get compliance is use of military force. Sounds like something developed by eco-fascists, right? The truth is that we will provide development aid that will incentivize countries to go down and develop in green ways. The analogy that I use is when you look at a developing country and they now need to build a phone network, would we drag copper wires around and hang them on telephone poles? No, we would build cell phone towers, because they don't need to waste their time going through the process of developing carbon-based energy. They can just go directly to renewables. And if we provide the incentives for that, then there's no reason that we would need to use this military force to enforce it upon them, because they'll want to do it.
Yeah, Mike, I that's the one thing I just don't understand about socialism is that it seems like folks seem to think that people will all agree with it. Eventually, they'll come around, guys. We don't need coercion because folks will come around. And I mean, I think the question has to be, what if folks don't come around to that?
Explain what you mean by people, because the vast majority of countries in Africa and South America were leaning towards socialism before the United States staged massive interventions and political undermining and assassinations sponsored by the CIA. So
Yeah.
I don't know that's going to take anything to get people on board when they were already on board in the 1960s and 1970s until you stage your interventions.
As in you, as in America, stage your interventions.
Yes, you as an American.
Oh.
I'm a Canadian.
I have to say
I don't speak for all America, but yeah, those interventions are wrong. But my question is not, I guess, not just about climate, but about the idea that there won't be a necessity for coercion to impose something like, I guess, global climate standards.
There is already no necessity for coercion because a lot of I shouldn't even just say a lot of countries. Let me just name them. Like Nigeria, for example, right? Nigeria is restructuring its economic development around not just the possibility, but the near certainty that they will be drastically affected by climate change.
Right.
China is already retooling its economy such that it's investing massively in natural resources at a rate that far outstrips the United States. Like, this is already a global phenomenon that countries are on board with the idea that changes are going to have to be made and that renewable energy resources are necessary. It's America that's lagging behind. So what do you mean convince anyone?
I don't know how. I mean, America seems to be lagging behind in some ways, but we were talking about carbon emissions here in the United States when after I dropped off, and I'd seen that our carbon emissions are down very significantly, down to levels they hadn't previously been to decades. So, in what sense are we really, just lagging behind the entire world?
Okay,
but
I'll jump in.
The original. I just want to clarify one thing. The original proposition was that you get other countries on board, and what I'm saying, asserting to you, is that they have been on board. So it's not a matter of who's doing it better than anybody else. I'm just saying the rest of the world is already on board. You guys just got to catch up.
They're already on board with the potential for economic losses in exchange for climate benefits.
They're on board with investing in renewable resources and a sustainable economy.
Okay, I guess I would be curious about that proposition. So, I know you're from Canada. I can't speak to Canada, but I mean, it sounds like
Canada's one of the countries that's definitely not on board. We're not going to hit our Paris climate targets for another 200 years. So Western developed nations are, for the most part, not on board. But I will say that for the most part, in countries that are the most populous, i.e. the global south, they are on board.
Well, I'm especially surprised that Nigeria, for example, would be on board with the prospect of limiting its own economic potential when its population is going to spike, in this next century. It's going to grow. I think it's going to increase more than any other major country.
It has been, and they're undertaking measures to limit population growth, which I don't even think is necessary because, again, Nigeria has a carbon footprint orders of magnitude smaller than the United States. They do have a petro economy, but as a global petro producer, they're far behind countries like the United States, Canada, Saudi Arabia, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So their overall impact is practically nil, and they're still planning for climate disaster and trying to build a sustainable economy. That's what I'm trying to say.
The question was if we would take up arms if necessary to require other countries to comply with
you for bringing
action, right?
I know you well enough that I know that you don't mind when I interrupt you. I'm trying to get questions in from chat to bring them into here, and I know that some people you wanted more people to answer about this or that or whatever. I'm just trying to keep it all going. And there was one other topic that I wanted to make. Yeah, go ahead. Actually, go ahead, Nate.
I want to answer. I was saying like who we gonna invade? Look at the carbon footprint of like all of Africa. Okay, it's with a couple of outstanding examples. It's mostly extremely low in comparison to look at Australia. Australia's off the fucking charts. What's the population of Australia? Or Canada, America, per capita, exactly. So if you ask me if I'm gonna sign up to go fight the Aussies, let's go, mates. Let's go.
It wouldn't even be a fight.
I mean, if you're talking about the point where it's either war or planetary devastation, I mean, isn't there some kind of geoengineering option at that point? I mean, if we're talking about extreme emergencies,
I think we should just have you heard of the concept of the immortal science of Possadism?
Yes, I love Possadism. Bring about the end of capitalism through nuclear war, which will cleanse the world of capitalism and bring on the Space Brothers, who will perfect the intergalactic revolution.
Correction, Space Comrades.
Space Comrades.
So one person was trying to ask, would you encourage military intervention, let's say 8 years from now, against a country that is not willing to adhere to climate accords?
Oh,
How are we
but
gonna
by the
invade
way, I need to answer one question from my chat that I found very, very relevant. I eat my steak blue. That's the temperature I like
You
it.
just breathe really hard on it.
I eat my
That's right.
I eat my venison raw, so I don't.
Oh
I'm
my
okay
God.
I'm okay with blue. Yeah, I
Wow, you
I
just
hunt
had
it
to-
myself.
You just had to one up me, didn't you? You had to one up me.
Blue is raw. Blue is raw.
Look, the country most likely to not be complying with anything in the next 8 years is America. So how the fuck are we gonna invade ourselves?
No, the question was
Well, I mean, that's actually something that you can build off of. But sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. Somebody's asking me why did I let them skip out on the socialism definition. So if anybody else wants to try to define socialism,
I would just say it's the democratic control of economic relations in the same way that we control them in our political relations. And there's a whole bunch of different ways of structuring it, but largely it's about. I mean, like, if you need more, I can give you more. I think it's a pointless. It's one of those internet arguments where you're talking about some pedantic point rather than relating it at all to like the world as we actually are, or the policies we're proposing right now. And that's what I'm more interested in. I mean, if you want to have the 80th discussion about what socialism means on the internet, I guess you could force me to do it with a gun and 100 subs, but before that, probably not.
Yeah, fair.
I guess the only point I would differ on is I don't know that democratic control is necessary to have something resembling socialism, and I think that's, to me, that's the risk of it.
The Duke, you got it live, buddy.
Yeah, I am trying to bring like as many questions as I can in, but it's very hard to let 5 people speak and take questions from 160 people. Would the panel support the U.S. going to war with Brazil if Brazil continued to burn the Amazon rainforest, assuming all other means to stop the policy have been exhausted?
I would
Yeah.
kidnap Bolsonaro for sure.
Yeah, I don't know anything about a military intervention, but Bolsonaro had definitely got to go. He's got to get black bagged.
Yeah. I think if we're gonna do rendition, Bolsonaro is
Okay,
definitely
excuse
one of
me.
the,
My
people.
stream does not encourage blackbagging anybody. This is not. These are not my views. This is nothing that I want to participate in.
No. I'm just discussing something that's
No,
part of American.
I wasn't
policy,
addressing yours.
right?
I wasn't addressing yours.
That was mine, but that's literally American policy. I mean, that's not.
No. We're
It
just
might be
playing Call
American
of Duty.
policy, but it
We're
isn't. It
discussing
is
a
not.
theoretical
It
Call of
is
Duty
not
map,
Toring's
that's all.
policy on his channel.
Okay, I'm just saying, kidnapping a head of state is not the same as some of the other drastic solutions I've seen proposed. But I think maybe he just needs to take a little time out. That's all. Just a little time
No.
out.
Let me reel it in, and I will explain it. In a
Same as
very-
they did with Jean-Bertrand Aristide. You know.
the very sober way. What I mean is, we should, and I think this is part of Bernie Sanders' Green New Deal. We should enact a global climate justice court, and we should prosecute the worst offenders in The Hague.
So I actually have a
And-
really good question about this. Then, how do we?
Bolsonaro would definitely be one of them.
How do we empower international organizations and/or treaties? Like how? Because like a lot of nations want to work together. They want to try to come up with some type of like accord. How do we actually enforce some of the treaties that have been agreed to?
Well, the same way you would enforce any other I mean, not to talk too much, but
This was kind of pushback right to you, so go ahead.
I mean, like the same way we enforce any other agreement. Like there are the United States of America is the wealthiest country in the world, so access to our markets, nations want to have intercourse with us, in all sorts of different ways, and we also have the ability to enact, harsh measures. And this is one of those situations where I think the carrot is a lot more effective than the stick. And we really haven't tried the carrot. So I don't know why everybody's got a boner for the stick. This is such an American attitude that we've got to run around hitting people. Like,
Well, it was the question. The question was whether or not, if you're talking about intervention, when it came to military intervention, it wasn't about whether or not we would try other means first. It was about whether or not we were willing to do military intervention. So it's not like when I said, yes, I'm willing to do military intervention. That means full stop, just go in.
I guess.
oh no, I wasn't blasting you. I was just blasting the stupid
It
question.
sounded like everybody here agreed that intervention in the Cold War was mostly a disaster, and here we're talking about similar kinds of intervention just for a different purpose.
Okay,
I
I was completely joking. I was totally
Okay.
joking. Like, I don't think the United States is going to or should kidnap Jair Bolsonaro. But
even sanctions, though. I mean, sanctions seem to have not convinced many countries to change their behavior.
I don't think sanctions.
Whatever you think about. Yeah. Now I'm down for the carrots. I just the sticks feel like it's fun to talk about. But
I was just memeing, guys. I promise.
Yeah, I think if we're actually being serious here, what it comes down to is controlling how it is that we consume. Right, so I see people, for example, say a lot that I've seen people tie Americans' desire for beef and beef products to the burning of the Amazon rainforest, which I guess you could make that connection. But do most people have a strong choice over their dietary sustenance?
No.
And the answer is no. For the most part, they don't. They choose from the options that are put in front of them. Right, if you create different options, because there's always going to be false choice. Like, Adorno's talked about this, and Horkheimer, the board's talked about this, is that our society is made up of an array of false choices. We don't actually have choice. What we have is, being able to choose between an array of products that one company offers you, an array of products another company offers you, and the difference between them is not necessarily their value or what they can do for you. The difference between them really is the branding and the price. So if we were able to, restructure our agricultural and our dietary economies such that we're choosing from foods that are more environmentally sustainable. So, maybe not necessarily a tax on beef, but removing some of the subsidies from beef producing farms, right?
Yeah.
We are creating subsidies for foods that are more environmentally sustainable, have less of an impact in terms of carbon emissions. I think you will move people towards a means of consumption by which countries like Brazil are less incentivized to clear cut forests for cattle grazing.
Yeah, I mean, I reject your premise that we don't have real choices in this country with respect to food, but I do completely agree that the subsidies on food totally distort the choices that people would naturally make. And if you cut those, I think that, I'd like to know if anybody knows all the different foods that get subsidies in this country, but I'm sure if you cut those, beef production, which, for example, should cost more than most crop production, since beef production follows crop production, right? I mean, the cost would go up and consumption would go down if it just had to pay its own way fully. Instead of now, where it's not only subsidized, but I guess as a result of Trump's trade war, it might end up being like double subsidized, right, to try and counteract the effects of the tariffs and all that. So
yeah, I mean, we have the same thing up here in Canada. We have the dairy cartel. It basically runs a fix on every federal government that comes into power, right? And that's called supply management, and that's basically just a means of subsidizing dairy farmers, right? If we got rid of those incentives, and I get, like, it's not as though I believe that like farms are run by soulless corporations. Farms are run by people. A lot of these are family farms, so I understand that, but I just don't believe that they're entitled to having the world consume in such an environmentally destructive fashion and then have the government pay them to do it at the same time.
I believe that Canadians should be forced to drink American milk because we used a lot of recombinant bovine growth hormone, and who knows what the effects are, but we got to get rid of the anti-free market cartel in Canada.
Yeah, exactly. Our lack of antibiotics in our meats, and as a matter of fact, hang on a second. If you have the antibiotics and you have the growth hormone, flat asses. How is this even possible? Not only like you have all of the natural advantages and you still want more from us. Get out of here, Mike.
Listen, I guess you could say that I believe that there's a disparate impact racially, and we should have direct intervention to solve it. I mean, I thought you of all people would understand the logic.
Can I ask you something, Cormentine?
This is an inside joke on my stream. I'm so sorry, guys, for doing that.
Sorry,
guys. Sorry about that.
So you were talking about how this wheat, what was this business in Canada that you said kind of takes over the federal governments whenever they get into power? The dairy cartel?
The dairy cartel. So I mean, I shouldn't say cartel, but it is a group of dairy growers.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a group of dairy growers, mostly located in Quebec, that have, for decades, twisted the government's arm to enforce a policy of essentially, protectionism and subsidies. Yeah.
So here's my question, and I mean this, I'm genuinely curious about this. So what I don't understand is if you've got socialism and a socialist economy, generally more socialist than capitalist, how do you avoid the problem?
Whoa. What do you mean by that? What Canada does?
No. A hypothetical socialist economy
Oh, okay,
that is
okay,
run
yeah,
by, I guess, enterprises that are chiefly managed,
sure.
by the government.
Okay.
How do you avoid the same issue of lobbying and control over government? Because I know that, for example, in the Soviet Union, they still had lobbyists, right? It was a whole different kind of type of lobbying, but different ministers still owed their jobs to different industries in the Soviet Union, right? I'm not saying all socialism has to work like the Soviet Union, but how does socialism deal with that kind of problem of capture by vested interests?
In
Like
Canada, we're part of the way there in that we have highly restrictive campaign finance laws and fundraising laws. So we're part of the way there. But I think what'll get us the rest of the way there, because there's always going to be a lobbying influence. It's just that what all lobbying really means is that there's a group of people that can provide one of two things for you. They can provide money or they can provide votes, both of which are in the interest of an elected official to consume or collect as much as possible. I think if you get the rest of the way there with electoral reform, i.e., on top of the restrictive fundraising and campaign financing laws, you also have mandatory voting, i.e., compelled voting, and you give people a paid holiday on election day. And give them the ability during, let's say, the week of the elections, whether it's doing early voting or mail-in ballots or whatever. You make it as easy as possible for people to vote, and then I'm not going to say you've negated the force of lobbying, but you've drastically reduced it.
Done something with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that idea. I know that Andrew Yang has this interesting idea about called democracy dollars, where the idea is to give everybody $100 that they would spend. They would have to spend it to get any use out of it. They would have to spend it on some kind of political campaign. And it's kind of interesting because his idea is you would wash out all the corporate money with this big influx of individual contributions.
Right. I think you don't necessarily have to wash out the corporate money if you simply just enact campaign finance laws such that companies can't throw unlimited amounts of money at politicians.
Well, that's of course tough with the Supreme Court decision.
Go ahead.
Citizens
I
United.
kind of want to get into something what Bastia was getting at. He's kind of comparing like
Pax the court.
hypothetical capitalism to hypothetical socialism. Now, look, it would be ridiculous to think that in a purely socialist system that if you didn't have democracy, I mean, it would actually look like feudalism. So you would need to have a democratic structure within socialism to make sure that you can the people in that system have a say on how things are being distributed, how laws are being passed. Right, this is what you would have to have. But it would be ridiculous to think that a government could predict the future and know everything that society is going to require in the future. Just as it's equally ridiculous to assume that everyone in a free market system is a rational actor and they all are doing these utility maximization calculations every time they go into the supermarket. No, most people go in there, they do what they call satisficing, right? Go in there, say, I guess they don't have the Cheetos, so I'll get the Fritos. Oh, they don't have the Fritos, I'll get the Doritos. Good enough. It's all some corn-based shit anyway. I'll throw it in the cart. That's what they do in real life. Nobody, if there were rational agents could predict the future, you would need a market. Okay, so what we really need is a combination of individual actors who are irrational but still functioning, still making decisions, with democracy, with a government that is going to make long-term plans. You can't just assume away. Oh, well, don't worry. The Communist Party has this handled. I'll be safe and fine right here, right?
Well,
no, I don't think anyone's saying that though. So like, I don't want to make like a straw man of socialism or a straw man of capitalism. The point is, how do you get people to change their dietary preferences? Well, it takes several different approaches. All you have to do simultaneously. And like Cormantino was saying, we don't have the choice as consumers in a capitalist society to determine what choices are put in front of us. Those are left up to firms who then develop the capital. They are the ones putting the choices in front of us and arraying it. We don't determine what those choices are going to be. I think that was like the main takeaway.
That's pretty good point there.
I don't get that. I mean, don't we input by means of the things that we buy and then choose not to buy? I mean, in your situation, if I don't buy Fritos, if enough people don't buy Fritos, don't the Fritos eventually disappear and so on and so forth?
Yes, but what you're saying that the multitude of options beyond Fritos are basically just corn-based products, right? So it's a choice, it's not really a choice.
I agree that subsidies distort it, but I mean, I think that you can, I mean, I know there are food deserts and so on and so forth, but I don't think that just the idea that there's no choice. I mean, that seems a little expansive. I mean, the subsidies got to go. They encourage more corn and beef production than people would want. Cheese is another crazy one, right? There's way too much cheese production. As a result, it's packed into all kinds of stuff, But
Get the fuck away from my grilled cheese sandwiches.
I could jump in here real quick.
Yeah.
I
was about to have fun.
I love hanging out with all you guys, but I think I'm going to dip at this point. Everybody in my chat, make sure you follow everyone.
Good night, Mike.
It was fun talking to you guys. Hopefully, we can get a little bit more conservatives next time around. Because
I thought that it was going to be Bastia and then Chuck Moulton and Lecture Fan. So I do try to.
Oh my God!
I don't feel like a conservative. I want open borders and free immigration.
Wait! Can I make
I
one
apologize,
point?
Bastia.
Can I make one point before I go? Because it's something that I've wanted to say, but I keep slipping my mind. Who else fucking loved the libertarian being perfectly on brand for when the guy was like, in solidarity, I'm going to leave. And then he left and the libertarian was like, I'm a scab. And he immediately stayed. It was fucking great. He immediately scabbed on his own right winger and he stayed on the stream to promote himself. I fucking loved it. It was great. And I was like, capitalists are going to give us the rope. They're going to sell us the rope to hang them. It's great. Every time, man. Every time.
All right. So before our guest leaves, twitch.tv/central_committee. Leave him a follow. Thank you very much for bringing a big audience over. We really appreciate it.
It was great talking with you.
Oh, no, it was great talking to all you guys. And hopefully my arrogance was bearable.
Absolutely. I love it.
By the way, my this is my stream persona. In real life, I'm much, much more arrogant.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Hey, Mike, are you going to be coming down to visit us in Philadelphia, by the way?
I mean, sure, at some point, man.
Excellent.
Of course.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah.
All right, I'll see you.
Good night.
Have a good one.
Take care.
You're a great one.
All right, I have to do some rebalancing. And everybody, by the way, thank you all for coming in tonight. Viewers, streamers, anybody else that might be here. Cormantine, Relevant, SBTV _ Bastier, I'm happy that you came back with us. Thank you for the raid also. Somebody wanted me to ask...
Oh, by the way, for some reason now I'm Central Committee in your little...
He's got to rearrange the names.
Yeah, I have to fix them. The Soko is kind of hitting me kind of quickly.
See, he can finish, it'll take a mile. First he's trying to steal my ass, now he stole my whole identity.
Yeah, I know, right?
I would. I have a question if you can't find one.
No, go ahead. Well, I have one, and then you can go ahead.
Okay.
So one person wanted to ask, where is it here? Do the streamers want hashtag secure the bag UBI on top of current social programs?
No, not personally.
I don't know about that. I think UBI in Ontario we actually had a UBI that was in effect for like a few months until the subsequent government came in and yanked it away. I think that UBI does have a purpose, and I hate means testing is the only problem. I think that once you close the wage gap by implementing policies as wide-reaching as the Green New Deal, I think that the necessity for UBI goes away. If you gave it, let's say, 9 or 10 years, and you're still seeing these persistent gaps in income equality, then sure, give it a pilot, try it out, see how it works.
I don't know, man. I love the idea of UBI, and as far as other social programs, it seems like the cost of it suggests that you'd have to cut a few other programs to make it work. But I really like the idea of helping people unconditionally without a means test. I guess maybe if you had to have a means test to make it to make the program affordable, and so be it. But I really like the idea of giving people cash rather than say food stamps, because it's more liquid. They can more accurately fulfill their own objective with it.
I want to fight. I want to fight you on this one so hard. Actually, I want to fight you on this one so hard.
If it's dollar for dollar.
No. Because
if it's dollar for dollar, then I think it's a.
Am I allowed to join the debate now?
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I have proposed to people a universal basic food. Okay. So the way that I look at universal basic income is if you gave me $1,000, I might be 80 to 85% fiscally responsible, and that's on the high end of me actually managing my money the proper way. But if you gave individuals the opportunity to go to a doctor twice a year with a nutritionist, check their gut biome, check like what the actual foods and caloric intake is like the best thing for them to have, and then you gave them the opportunity to develop a diet that made sure it fit their caloric needs on top of fitting their like actual nutritional needs. And then instead of giving them food stamps, you gave them just the ability to get that specific food. I think it's much better than giving people actual money.
Yeah, I guess I disagree with that level of minute kind of control over assistance to people. I mean, I think that
it would be an opt-in, opt-out program.
Want...
It would be opt-in, opt-out.
But opt-out, I guess presumably you don't get any assistance. You don't opt in, right? And I'd rather just assist poor people with cash.
Well, no, but I would assist it. But this program would be for everybody. This would not be for poor people. This would be this would be for every American.
What you discussed sounds like a great like healthcare.
Well, these are the reasons for going for it, because like the amount of money that you're going to be saving in healthcare is going to offset the amount of money that you'd put into the program.
Yeah, I guess I just don't. I know that a lot of people talk about universal healthcare combined with some kind of UBI. I think that's Andrew Yang's position, and I don't know, but I don't know why you'd want to have so much control over what individuals would want. I mean, a lot of people, it would seem like, I guess you'd have to think about how it works out, but a lot of people might opt out rather than get any benefit from the program.
Well, if they opt out, they're not going to get 2 free physicals per year, and they're not going to get free food every week. So that's their choice. That's their choice.
If you want to feed people, right? And I think that would be the first primary goal of having some kind of government assistance, is to make sure your population doesn't starve. And I'd like to give people the cash they need to buy the food they want. Some of them will buy bad food.
But we have that right now. We have EBT. We have food stamps. And do you know what people buy? They buy fucking Cheetos and lottery tickets.
Well, already there's a couple of things with that. One, EBT doesn't allow you to buy certain kinds of like prepared, like hot food, right? It doesn't permit that. And 2, EBT right now, you can't just straight up buy lotto tickets, right? You got to cash in your EBT for like cash at a loss and then buy your lotto tickets with it, right? So in addition to making bad decisions, you're getting a penalty for making those bad decisions in terms of losing some of your assistance. So I guess I just feel like we should give folks cash directly and let them make their own decisions. And I think more people know how to fulfill their individual needs.
But do you really want to give cash into a system that is so predatory and so like marketed towards people and so willing to like abuse like people that have like small income?
Yeah, I don't see how the system you've proposed here is less predatory, because you're effectively shutting people out who don't want to participate in it, rather than saying everybody gets assistance. Do with it what you think.
Every single person would get assistance in my universal basic food program if they just want to take it.
If they go with the conditions of the program. If they go with the
right, if they just want to take it. Okay, so the conditions of the program would be going to the doctor twice and letting a nutritionist examine you. That is the entire. Go ahead.
Right. But then you only get the kind of food that the nutritionist wants to give you, right?
You would work within them. Yes, correct. You would go for your optimum caloric value based on scientific evidence. I don't give a fuck what you say outside of scientific evidence for what's best for your body. Sorry.
That's the thing, though. Yeah, I respect the good intentions there, but it sounds like if we did that, for example.
But how do you think that UBI can be better than universal basic food? Like, are you? Go ahead.
Let me tell you here. Let me just give you a possibility. Right now in the United States, school lunches are dominated by special interests that ensure that their foods get into school lunches. The special interests.
I mean, I would nationalize most of agriculture.
Well, so. I know you're talking about doing a whole lot of government control here to make this program work, but if you're talking about just
do you not think agriculture should mostly be nationalized?
No, it should be complete free trade. And if
so, you think like the actual thing to like nourish people and the thing to like feed people should be something that's determined by the private market to like force people into starvation? Yo, I mean, come on, man, catch up with the 21st century. Like, get into the new world.
Forcing anybody into starvation if we're giving people cash to buy food with. I mean,
but we're allowing marketing agencies to push like Cheetos on people during the Super Bowl, and we're not letting them promote like actual organic products or whatever. So I mean, I'm really far away from you thinking that like food stamps and or universal basic income, when we're in such capitalist society where like there is no rent control for people or no property controls or none of these controls against anything. I'm sorry, I'm very polar opposite with this one.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, food already in the United States.
Can you tell I've been itching to join?
Cheap. I mean, you run the show, man. You should be joining. I mean, you could do that in a variety of ways. But anyway, I guess I just disagree with your premise that people are incapable of making good decisions for themselves. And to the extent, for example, that advertising.
Can you prove to me that they can make good? Can you prove to me that they can make good decisions for themselves?
I feel like the right of the individual to make decisions for themselves should be given the assumption that folks can make the best decisions for themselves rather than other people.
Hey, listen, I'm just trying to give them food. They can spend their money on anything else that they want
Here's
to.
the
I
thing.
just want to offer them a good
Here's the
nutrition
thing.
plan.
What you're talking about, I mean, to the extent we've got advertising, right, for bad food over good food, I mean, that's probably partly an outgrowth of the fact that we subsidize all the bad food anyway, so they can spend more on these advertisements, right? I'd like to, before we go nationalizing industry, I'd really like to see if we cut those food subsidies out and let all foods compete equally, if we get the same outcomes we get here, because I really doubt that we would. We grow all kinds of food. We don't have artificial shortages that make food more expensive, like, say, a country like Iceland that has to import a lot of food would. I think we'd have a much healthier country if we cut the subsidies and started there. So,
well, we already know that advertising certain objects in a certain way will make certain people have a greater appeal to it, whether it have greater utility or not.
Yeah.
This is one of the core tenets of advertisement. And this is one of the reasons why I'm actually really agreeing with Turing here, where it comes to, it's my opinion on personal finance. I think there's a lot of people that don't know how to spend their money, and a lot of them are very, very influenced by advertising and merchandising and even consumerism.
Yeah.
So this is one of the reasons why I'm against UBI, is because I legitimately think that people will spend their money irresponsibly versus if we put them closer towards something that is a more responsible way of doing it. Like, for instance, instead of UBI, if we want to get rid of debt, people's personal debt, instead of just handing them money and potentially risking, Apple going, hey, all these people got all this money, maybe we should push some crazy new cool phone. We could instead give them money that directly, pertains to them reducing credit card debt, them reducing student loan debt, them reducing what have you. So that way we 100% can guarantee that this will result in long-term gains when it comes down to our the people within the government's people in our country's benefit.
Cormentine and SBTV, you can talk as much as you want. I've been hogging the mic for a little while. Somebody asked me, you don't like subsidies, but you support nationalization. If you're going to subsidize an industry, why not just fucking nationalize it? I don't understand why the government would pick winners and losers and decide who gets to be the successful one within the private market without just trying to take it over. It doesn't make much sense to me. But yeah, go ahead.
I mean, there is a point to be made that if you're gonna go full, right? Somebody was talking about on our stream before I joined in about private prisons, right? And they were like, "Oh, you must support private prisons, right?" I was saying, "No way, right? That's the worst of both systems." So maybe but I think that before we go for full nationalization of agriculture, which has been a disaster in a lot of places, I think we could cut subsidies for agriculture.
But how much is our agriculture already nationalized? No. I'm not going to wait a minute.
It's a problem.
How much is already nationalized? Okay, but
but
I think that we spent $360 billion on subsidies since 2000. That's fucking nationalization. It's just a different. Yes, it is. It's a different way of calling it. It is a government-supported industry.
It's the difference between, I guess, partial subsidization and full subsidization, right? Which
you can paint it in whatever brush that you want to paint it with.
You're imagining, for example, that subsidies, we're all agreeing, I think, that subsidies distort the kind of foods that people would buy and they incentivize unhealthy food, right? So if you're imagining full subsidization by nationalization, then basically, I mean, what about when you get President Trump in your nationalized system and then suddenly he's pushing all the bad food to everybody? That power cuts both ways. And I think rather than that, I'd like to cut the subsidies altogether, let people make their own choices. And I think the folks
if we cut subsidies on our agriculture market, can we actually compete internationally? Can we compete internationally if we unsubsidize our agriculture?
I'll tell you, I think American farmers could compete. But that being said, if they can't and we get cheap food from abroad, then cheap food's a bonus too.
But we cannot compete if we don't subsidize.
I don't know if that's true or not.
Go ahead, Nate, Cormentine, SBTV. I've been talking too much. I've been itching to get in.
Yeah, I would just say I welcome. Look, as long as UBI is not cutting into these programs, assuming we have healthcare for everybody, assuming people have housing and the things that they need, you might as well just give them the cash, because even if there are some people that waste it, most people will tend to probably put it into something productive or buy some fucking bullshit, right? And they'll be giving me more subscriptions and Twitch Prime subs and bits. So
yeah, all streamers will benefit from UBI.
Yeah, I call this the streamer bill, and let's just do it. And I would also caution people from thinking that $1,000 a month is adequate. If this is a long-term plan to address automation, then we really have to think about, okay, what is the UBI trying to achieve? Is it trying to replace the lost income from jobs that have been either automated or outsourced or whatever? Is that what it's about? Is it about just kind of getting to this society where everyone is sort of just given an allowance to spend periodically to partake in buying all the products and things that are being now produced by machines, and we can just kind of have like a nice Star Trek future or something like that.
Yeah.
That's why that's my question for the UBI.
And I think there's one thing that, that you're leaving out is UBI sort of a sneaky backdoor method to eliminate the social safety net by saying, well, we gave you the money that you need to purchase services that you would have received previously under the welfare state. Now that you have that money, you don't need these subsidies or these programs anymore.
I get where you come from, but that reminds me an awful lot of the folks who say that any kind of gun background check is just step one to taking all our guns. I mean, that's possible.
Well, no, but
sure,
I mean that
I don't think
UBI
that
literally
one requires the other. I
yeah,
mean,
but
some
UBI
people.
is
I'm
literally UBI is literally a libertarian policy, right? So
Well-
that's where it came from in the first place. Although we're discussing now is UBI without the loss of the social safety net, except that the people who came up with the idea in the first place were talking about getting rid of the social safety.
Well, some people sure, but I mean, I guess that depends on how you do it. I mean, if you said like some people have interpreted Andrew Yang's plan just because he's the guy talking about it right now, right? Some people have interpreted his plan as once you get on the $1,000 a month, you don't get to go back to the other programs, right? So if you view it that way, then yeah, it is exactly what you described. On the other hand, if you can switch back and forth, then I don't think it's like that at all. So it depends on the kind
I
of.
will let you know that. I will let you know that.
Hey, I just got
program.
a Twitch Prime sub. Thank you very much, Magic Socks. Thank you.
Magic Socks. Good on you.
Yeah.
There was a UBI pilot, like I was saying earlier, and that wasn't removing any sort of government welfare programs or removing medical care or anything like that. It was just a group of people that were being tested in different geographic areas. Most of them were rural or smaller municipalities. They were means tested. They were receiving the income. And you know what they did with that money? Because people were like, oh, if you receive UBI, you just go and spend it all on beer or drugs or whatever.
Yeah.
But what people moved out of their ramshackle rental units, that was all that they could afford. They moved their families into units that were not being plagued by like mold and bed bugs. People enrolled in college courses. They were doing job training programs. So they took the extra money and they were doing productive things with it, right? Either improving their material conditions or trying to upgrade their skills so that they could actually earn more money on their own. So I think that if you implement that kind of a program and promise people we're not going to touch any of the current government subsidies or programs that you already receive, here's some money because you make less than X amount of money per year, or here's some money, period, for no reason at all. Let's see what you do with it. That's the test that has to be run.
Hmm. Well, I guess I would want to think about implementing it. I want to have programs out there, and the ones that you could plausibly replace with the cash benefit of equal value, and the ones that maybe like say national health care you could never really replace with a cash benefit, right? Because the cost of that fluctuates so much depending on your situation. But I don't know. To me it seems like it respects the interest people have in liberty without having deleterious effects on the decisions that most people make, at least according to studies that you've mentioned and others have.
I was just thinking, if I was given $1,000 a month, I would waste like 200. I would. I mean, I know it's anecdotal, but like I would waste 20% of the money that is given to me, and I am fiscally responsible. I understand what it's about.
Yeah, but it's not though. Your expenditure is also somebody else's income, and you're going to help a business. You're helping someone, start up a restaurant.
That's
but what if I buy
what
international?
waste,
What if I buy internationally?
Okay, well, you get another $1,000 months. You get another $1,000 next month.
Presumably, those people get your American dollar.
Also, I thought in
the future.
Oh my bad.
Sorry to interrupt you there.
No, I thought you were done, but you cut out for me. It was my bad. I'm in the category that I kind of Turing is in, where I'm like, I believe I'm very fiscally responsible and I would waste it, and I get it. That is somebody else's income. But I think that unless we take, if we're talking about taking care of everybody's like needs and like what they need to be able to operate in society, fine. Like that's entirely different. I guess I was operating under the paradigm that UBI would be instituted earlier as a kind of way to get people some of the things that they would desire before like more comprehensive.
All right, I'll say this right now. When you take over another nation that has never been plundered before and you do not institute UBI for your people, you have made a mistake. Like, we came to the United States. Nobody had ever depleted the resources in the United States. And then we act like there's resource scarcity and or food scarcity. I don't really believe it. Go ahead, Bastia.
I want to ask you this question, Tori. When you say you would waste 20% of it, right? I guess I would be curious about the term waste, right? Like presumably you mean you'd spend it on fun things, right?
Well, yeah, I would buy like alcohol and McDoubles and taquitos.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say that like alcohol is always a good decision or something, but I mean, I feel like there may be a psychological effect to things that give you some joy that maybe is not caught up in kind of current social welfare programming that focuses on encouraging good decisions. Like I know that's a dangerous argument sometimes. I mean, somebody wants to spend their whole check on drugs.
Go ahead, please, if you don't mind.
I'm saying that there's some value. I think there may be some value that's hard to quantify in a government program that's giving you some money that you can, if you choose, spend on things that just bring you joy, a little bit of psychological relief for happiness. So I just would take issue with the idea that would be a waste.
No, 100% agree with that. I used to, I came up in the financial industry starting as an insurance salesperson and then a banker and then et cetera, et cetera. But I did have to work with people personally on managing their spending, et cetera. And when I was doing it for the bank, it's because the bank wanted me to put them into like investment products, so on, which I was happy to do after we had a lengthy conversation. But what I found with a lot of people was that they were feeling incredibly guilty over doing things like buying coffee or enjoying like wine with their spouses on the weekend. And they say like, oh, I know this is wasted money, but I'm like, no, like, does it make you happy? At the end of a stressful week at work, does it bring you a little bit of like psychological relief to be able to sit down and enjoy a glass of wine with the person that you love most in the world? And the answer is yes. And I'm like, then it's not wasting. It's actually like investment in your personal psychological health. Go ahead and do it. Enjoy your coffee in the morning. Like, are you having 2 or 3 cups a day? No, just one in the morning. Well, then does it wake you up? Can you do your work better? Yes. Then it's not wasting anything. So that's why I find it really I don't know what the word is here. I just find it a little bit dangerous to sit with the idea of a nutritionist is going to sit down with you and tell you what it is that you're supposed to eat or what your caloric requirements are, and this is what's subsidized. And then, because I'm going to put this.
No, I want to.
No, I just want to sort of get one thing across, which I found very scary, which is a large insurance company, which I'm not going to name because I actually used to work for their parent company once upon a time, had a program where they would have employees wear Fitbits and do like bio tracking. So like how many steps in a day that they were taking, were they working out, were they exercising, and so forth. Because what they were trying to do was incentivize their employees or people who are on their employer-sponsored insurance plans into exercising. And then they yanked the rug out because all it was like, this is an incentive to exercise, and if you do it, then we're going to offer you lower rates. And they yanked the rug out from underneath everybody and said, well, no, we're going to require you to submit your biofeedback to your employer. Like, if you don't do it, then you can't be on these plans. And I just have this distrust that if you say to people, well, we're going to offer you subsidized food as long as you do X, Y, and Z, and then the nutritionist is going to recommend to you A, B, and C. At some point, some psychopath in government is going to be like, so why are we giving anybody else anything at all? And just yank the rug out and be like, nope, this is no longer an incentive. You have to do this. That's what worries me.
I understand where you're coming from. I got into the soda tax debate with Nate and his brother a couple days ago. It was like a couple weeks ago, I guess. And like I like the soda tax because I think it disincentivizes people from consuming high fructose corn syrup. So I want to try to move the population away from like negative consumption habits into something positive that is going to benefit them.
Sure, until again you get an elected official who happens to be a psychopath. Like, he hit his power levels during the election. He gets elected into office. And he's
correct.
Like, nope,
you're
sorry.
Correct. No, you're correct.
Party's over. Yeah.
All right. So
one other point I'd meant to make real quick is I would want to. Whenever there's an issue like this, I want to think about what is the government currently doing that makes this thing cheaper than it should otherwise be. Because I live here in Florida, for example.
Well, I can answer the question about food. I can answer the question about food.
Sure.
I mean, imagine a nationalized food economy that competes globally. Like, you are going to save costs on your food. You're 100% going to save on negotiating of the food costs.
I don't know if of any nationalized food systems that have delivered anything beyond scarcity. I mean, when you're talking about nationalization, I guess the only examples I can think of full nationalization of food are communist countries where they had incredible scarcity. Like, are there other examples I'm not thinking of?
You have what, like 2.5
Whoa!
examples, maybe?
Communist economies that have
Like
incredible
the
scarcity.
Soviet Union, China, like when they nationalized agriculture. I mean,
Yeah, and then when African countries nationalized their agriculture, you know what happened? Their food productivity, like their output went up. They were able to feed their own people, and then their heads of state were assassinated, so that all went backwards.
Well, now I know the CIA is in a lot of places, but it can't be everywhere at once. So there must have been some kind of difference between what happened.
They were undermined, or they were undermined or assassinated, and the same thing happened in South America. Again, food productivity rising in countries like Argentina and Chile, etc., and then their heads of state are undermined or assassinated, and then you revert to like this 20-year span of absolute misery. So I don't know about all that.
Well, look, all right, let me. All right, where are these? I want to know more systems of agriculture outside of China and Russia.
Take one very good example: Burkina Faso. Look at during the amount of time you have to go before Blaise Compaoré. You have to go to during the time that Thomas Sankara ran Burkina Faso. What was their internal economic outputs, right? So how much were, as far as agriculture, internal production for infrastructure, etc. What did that look like? Their growth rates were better than most neighboring nations. And they were being pressured by countries outside, like they were being pressured by neighboring countries to calm the F down already, because they were making the case for communism, and it was making their partners nervous. So I don't know about that.
Well, so is it your position then that nationalization can improve food output?
I'm saying that it's not necessarily bad. I'm not saying that it's the best idea for the United States, but I'm saying that scaremongering around communism it always tends to revolve around Russia and North Korea and China. And those aren't the best examples.
I'm not saying that Russia and China are good examples of anything, under Soviet rule, but my point in bringing that up is that, maybe, for example, my point in bringing that up is that is my background knowledge of nationalization of food, right? Is basically starvation where you once had relative plenty. Now, one thing I would be curious to learn about in Burkina Faso is I Googled a little bit off to do a little more to find out more, but is, I could imagine a system where nationalization is a step better before whatever you had before, maybe if it's really low, but I don't know if it would be a good
before
thing
that
for
it
us,
was
we're already pretty high,
Before that it was an extractive mono economy, right?
Yeah.
So anything's better than that.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. I just I feel like nationalization in countries like China, for example, that produced a lot of food, it led to shortages and famine, and I feel like that's probably a more accurate comparison for us.
Well,
Go ahead, Nate.
Anybody can mismanage their food sector. Anybody in any system. I mean, the Dust Bowl. There was no soil management policy in America.
Yeah.
Free market capitalism fucked that shit up too. So the point is, there has to be. We may not call it nationalization, but there has to be an aim behind it. Where if you look at the current problems, right? Agriculture in the United States is in a state of overproduction, a state of massive subsidization, a state of massive drain on fossil fuel inputs. Whether we're talking about fertilizers, tractors, we're talking about taking up water from, let's say, the Ogallala aquifer. The Central Valley in California is literally losing elevation, draining some water out of it. So right now we've got a system of excess. It's just producing tons and tons and tons of food. I would say that
not just tons of food, but tons of waste. I mean, you guys were literally spraying pig shit into the open air because you had no idea what to do with it.
So what I'm saying is and to your point, as soon as Stalin died, they started liberalizing agricultural policy in the Soviet Union, right? They immediately saw that there were some problems. So that's why I would say a good system would incorporate some level of free, what we would call a free market to meme on it. We'll just say a market, and some level of oversight, coordination, and management, so that these resources, for example, I mean, there's so much fertilizer being dumped in to the waterways from farms that it literally causes these giant algal blooms. Like there's a huge one in the Chesapeake Bay, which is not far from here, not far from BC. And then it's literally killing aquatic life. The same thing happens in the Gulf. So we know that there's too much. It's not being managed properly. So the real question is what can we do? Let's say, and just to hit on touring news too. I don't necessarily agree with trying to use a stick use a stick to get people to do what. At the end of the day, there's going to be some waste. Some people may waste money. They may buy unhealthy food like Cheetos, Fritos, Doritos, Tostitos, and all the other great corn products on our shelves. But I think the overwhelming majority of people, which is what we should be thinking of, right, that as many as possible, will probably use their income to just survive, have a good time, maybe get a slightly nicer apartment, maybe just it's. I don't think we can make a complete reduction one way or the other. It's not going to be perfect.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I'll tell you right now. Right before I was on a bag of Cheetos, bag of Doritos. So I'm 2 out of 3 right now. Bad decisions.
Hey guys, I've really enjoyed my time with you, but I spent most of the day walking around with my kids at Fan Expo in Toronto, and I am worn out. I'm about to fade
Carmentine,
out.
do not worry at all.
Okay.
Yo, thank you so much for coming on. Tell people about your channel.
Sure. So I'm going to be streaming beginning in September. Like you can see that my channel it's already there. It exists, but I'm going to be streaming at the. Hang on a second. Let me look at my calendar here. So the first scheduled date is the 6th of September, and so I'll be around most of the time on weekday mornings and on Friday evenings as well. Not just myself, but myself and several friends doing one of two things: either talking about history, philosophy, etc., or going through the current current events, or playing D&D. Who knows what'll come up? You can also find my work at macleans.ca. MACLEAN. I'll just drop it in the chat, but MACLEANS .ca, macleans.ca. That's where I'm a contributing editor. Also write for the Globe and Mail, and hope to see you guys around soon.
Right on, man. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to talking to you again sometime, Corman.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming on. You made a good conversation tonight. I appreciate it.
You guys, it was great. Like I can't imagine a better way to spend a Friday night other than with you.
All that I want to do with our chat on Friday nights is like allow intellectuals from the left and the right to converge. That is the entire goal for Friday nights. Get some more right
people on here. Get some more.
I thought Lecture Fan, Chuck Moulton, Bastier. I didn't know about you until tonight, so I had no idea. But I am trying. I did ask Ramsey. He said no. So
okay, and I will say that I'm not actually really one for I'm not a big fan of debate, and we've talked about this before. I don't necessarily believe in the power of debate to change people's minds or create the best choices in the marketplace of ideas. But I am always up for good discussion, and I don't view what we had tonight as necessarily a debate. I think we had a lot of great discussions. I really wish Lecture Fan would have stuck around, because I'm pretty sure that even though we probably don't agree on necessarily
I wanted
anything,
Lecture Fan to stay around too.
Yeah, we could have had a great discussion. So
Well,
I told Lecture Fan he is the first person that I invite on every roundtable. He is first.
Yeah. And I gotta hang around. I gotta hang around Bastiat more. I feel like just being in your presence is like upping my credit rating. I'm gonna go and check first thing Monday morning. I'm gonna check my credit report and see if it went up at all. Because if it has, 100% to you, bro.
Hey, I'll put in a good word for you at the. No, I'm just teasing.
Yeah. The weekly white people meeting. You go ahead and do that.
Did you ever see that Eddie Murphy sketch?
No. Me? Oh yeah. I saw that.
Yeah, basically that. Yeah.
All right, sounds good, man. All right, you guys have a good night.
Have a good one.
Good night, Carmentine. And there were 4. Bessie, thank you for coming back on. By the way, I did not want you to get eliminated so early.
No, it's again, I totally respect the format. So it's I mean, it adds a little bit of fun. It's good stuff. So.
Yeah, the Soko is starting to catch up with me. I am a little bit drunk, I think. Yeah, I'm a lightweight now that I don't drink all that much anymore.
Let's see. So, are you the only one?
You cut out.
Are you the only one having something to drink here?
I think so. Yes, I think so.
Yeah, I'm not drinking yet.
All right. Well, I'll be right back.
Okay, thank you. I have been streaming for 13 hours and 36 minutes today, so I'm allowed to drink if people are worried. I've chugged half a bottle. I had 1/4 of one bottle. So, yeah, not anywhere close. Lecture Fan. Relevant. And Nate, what did you think about tonight?
I thought it was fun. I thought it was, some interesting things happened. If I had one thing that I wanted to have happen, it would have been probably a more in-depth conversation about MMT. Probably, honestly. I wanted to have a pretty good conversation about MMT, but maybe that'll happen in the future at some point.
Yeah,
Man, that is a luscious mane of hair.
Seriously.
No man should drink alone.
Yeah, I would say because like I guess the problem with MMT would be because I was hoping to kind of get in with Chuck Moulton, but then because there's a lot of people trying to make points and there's like a limited amount of time, then it does conflict with the deeper like getting into things because it would be interesting because I know Chuck has done work in I think his dissertation was like free banking or something. So I mean he's got a pretty big background in I guess like Austrian economics. So yeah, it would have been good to debate that because it is something I'm pretty interested in. And like we can maybe there will be some point in the future we can make that like the main topic. And the only thing I would add is to that is I guess we shouldn't have voted anybody off and just sort of kept it as just like a wide discussion or I don't know.
I thought about keeping everybody on, but it's like it's so hard to let 7 people speak that like the best numbers, and what I'm gonna try to do in the future is like let 5 people on. I think having 7 is too many. But I love you all, so I didn't want to like exclude people. So yeah, I think 5 is kind of like the perfect number.
Yeah. I for sure got the idea that, it was not necessarily the greatest circumstance for like a too in-depth of a conversation about MMT because of the amount of people that were in here.
Yeah.
But
I don't really know much about it at all. I did a little bit of reading after I saw the topic, but that seems like a whole new frontier in economics.
It's not a whole new frontier because it's what you've been going off of since the 1980s. So I mean, like it might seem foreign, but it's like it's how we run our monetary policy.
Well, actually, the funny thing today is on I think it was on CNBC. Someone on my stream earlier posted this to me. Larry Summers was on on a phone call with them for the show, literally telling them that they needed to start doing more what he called operational finance, which is a theory that goes back to Abel Lerner, way back in like the 40s and 50s, where he was essentially laying down what we would later call MMT, although MMT is actually an old idea. But he was saying like we need to do more fiscal policy, and that's essentially what modern monetary theory is calling for. It's calling for moving away from the monetary management of spending to like fiscal, and so all they're saying is that the revenue that a government brings in is actually disconnected from the expenditure. That they're saying that the way taxation works and the way spending works is not the government takes in a whole big pot of money and then tries to use it. That they would say that that's not functionally explaining what really goes on at between the Treasury and the Federal Reserve. And so they're saying what this the real spending. And I, by the way, I don't agree with all of this. So I had to preface this that there are some criticisms, but I would say that for the most part they have it pretty down. They're saying that like spending would just come through congressional appropriation. If they say we need $5 trillion this year for something, whether that includes a jobs program, whether that includes military spending, whatever, they appropriate it right there. The spending literally goes into the economy, and that's government debt, right? We finance through the bond market. That's essentially how we do it. We sell the debt, people buy it up, and then we pay out interest on it. The MMT people would say, well, you wouldn't need to do that. You could have the Treasury just buy the bonds directly. They would say that's a voluntary operation for us to go through bond markets because there's other countries like Japan, China, they don't do that. They don't sell their bonds in the open market as a first order of operation. That's what we do here. We actually have auctions for the bond.
Is MMT, from what you read about it, something that depends upon the U.S. being in its current position as like the default dominant currency of the world, or is it something that could be just fine also if we were a mid-rate power?
Well, here's just funny. Here's the thing about it. Like if you ask, just like everything else in economics, everyone's gonna have a slightly different flavor on it. But the ideas essentially come from neo-chartalism. Chartalism referring to paper, charta, like the Latin word. So what they would say is something like this. And keep in mind, I'm only describing the ideas, not necessarily saying that that's 100% right. They're saying because we are the sovereign issuer of fiat currency that is no longer backed by gold, at least officially since 1971. You could argue before that. The entity that does that is the federal government. So they don't have the types of constraints that we do. They can essentially produce as much money as they would deem necessary for society. They could produce that much to facilitate, say, trade transactions, whatever. They would not be constrained by taxes because they would say that the government actually doesn't need taxes because what you're actually arguing if you say that is that the government is in search of its own money that it already issued out to pay for things. You see what I'm saying? Like it would be like so. And now here's where there's some disagreement. The MMT people are going to say that what drives the demand for money is the government putting a tax liability on people. They're going to say that the taxes you owe at the end of the year, the fees you owe, since that's priced in dollars, is driving the demand. It's denominated in U.S. dollars. Now, that would actually conflict with other schools of thought, like the credit theory of money, which is more of like an Austrian side of things, where people are going to say, well, we value what we think is valuable. It's more subjective. We all agree essentially that the U.S. Currency has value, and if you fuck around with it too much, that you could lose that trust. I combine both. I think you do need trust, but from an operational level, we can spend a lot more and get more things done. That's essentially how they tie it all together.
Does your trust hinge on military power?
No, I'm just saying, like, all right, you hear an argument all the time. Okay, the U.S. is going to go bankrupt. They're going to run out of money. They're going to default. But it's physically an impossibility so long as that debt is denominated in U.S. dollars. If we owed a bunch of euros, it'd be a different story because we can't make euros. We had to either have some type of trade surplus.
I got you.
Right. So
I have to do something terrible. Sorry.
You're good.
I'm drunk. I have to end it. Yeah. This is the end of me. I cannot do any further. So I have to let everybody like shout out their channels and then raid Killer Steven.
All
right.
I've been live for 13 hours and 44 minutes. I cannot do anything more. I am done.
You are a trooper, man. 13 hours.
And 44 minutes. Don't forget the 44.
All right, let's just be charitable and round up to 14. Touring, that is a good job. This was a great event.
There you go.
Yeah, thanks, Torin. Great job, man.
Yeah,
for sure.
But yeah, make sure, before they do their sign-offs, follow the guests. Relevant, Bastier, SBTV_. I am wasted. Yes, I did drink a little too much Southern Comfort. Yeah, you know what I mean. But everybody came over here tonight. They gave their Friday night, so they gave us a good time. So go ahead. Relevant, you start.
All right. I'm irrelevant at irrelevant./Twitch TV. It's relevant. I do philosophy. I talk about a whole bunch of stuff. I sometimes play video games. I'm predominantly playing things like KSP right now. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do up here in the future. I have more podcasts as well coming up that I'm going to be on. I believe one this Sunday. I try to have a lot of fun. I try to engage with the chat as much as physically possible, read every single chat message aloud, and try and engage with every single thing that somebody likes to put inside the chat and at me with or what have you. So yeah, it's just a lot of fun. It's a lot of back and forth. There's a lot of talking about whatever topic that the chat wants to talk about. Thank you for the opportunity to bring me up on this podcast, my guy. You have a great one.
Good night.
Good night.
Have a good night, Irrelevant.
Have a good one. All right, I guess I'll next. I'm SBTV_. You guys have probably seen me before. I was on the last round table. I want to thank everybody, Bastiat, Touring. I want to thank Relevant, Lecture Fan, Mike from PA, Cormentine, and Chuck Moulton, who I do hope to talk to in some more detail later on. Yeah, I think it was a pretty good stream. I mean, it wasn't perfect, but it was huge. You got a huge turnout. I think you had almost 200 at one point. So I think it was pretty successful. I think more people will come back onto them. So if you guys want to follow me at SBTV_, we talk a lot about economics. I'm going to try to have more and more economists on. I generally try to, I will admit this bias. I do try to look outside the mainstream. I do try to find people with different types of ideas when it comes to economics. I'm interested in Austrians. I'm interested in heterodox. I'm interested in post-Keynesian stuff. I'm interested in all kinds of different thinking. So that would be, if you don't like that, I guess don't come over. But if you're interested in that, or you just want to argue, whatever, like come on, pop over into the stream and we can talk or whatever. So thank everybody, and Touring, man, have a great night. And I hope your Saturday's very peaceful and recuperative.
Have a good night. All right. Well, I guess I'm the last fella here. So again, my channel is twitch.tv/BASTIAT. That's Bastiat, named after the great libertarian French economist from the 1850s. Yeah, we talk about a lot of politics, generally from a practical individual liberty perspective, but we also play games, Minecraft, Stardew Valley, strategy games, and we're going to be doing some Mario Kart next week, so it's going to get intense. Yeah, we have a lot of fun, and I hope to see some of you there soon. So thanks again for doing this. Thanks again for doing this touring, and thanks again to everybody who was here tonight. So have a good night, folks.
Hey, we made it. We made it to the end. Yes, 104 viewers. Still, Bastier was the end of the conversation. I did drink a little bit too much. Yeah, I know. Midnight Minute. Yeah, I kind of had a little SoCo at the end. We are going to raid Killer Steven. We have the Hassan talks after the ban expires or the next debate. Maybe. There will be different streamers in the next debate. Killer Steven, though, the person we were rating, has done 600 straight days of streaming. So, we are going to raid Killer Steven. They have done 600 straight days of broadcasting. So, we are going to check them out. Yes, it is weekly. Yes, it is weekly. Of course. Yeah. Follow my channel if you can. Follow the guest channels. Help us all out. We are trying to do good work. Oh, no, don't worry. Thank you, everybody. Yep, we'll see you soon. I'll be back. 13 hours and 48 minutes. 13 hours and 48 minutes tonight. That is a lot of time. It's a lot of time.